Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Little Bumblebear's Let's Play. I'm Kristen Little Bumblebear and I'm very excited to be back again with another Tex Murphy game. This is Tex Murphy, Pandora Detective. I hope you enjoy. In the previous Tex Murphy episode, I played Under a Killing Moon. So if you'd be interested in seeing that gameplay, check out the playlist in the description box. But I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to give this video a thumbs up. Leave a comment down below if you remember playing this game. It is a very old FMV game, but I love detective games, so I'm very excited to play this for you. And also, subscribe for more awesome gaming like this. I do stream on Twitch. Feel free to follow me, twitch.tv/littlebumblebear. Catch me live, say hi. I have a Twitter and Instagram you can follow, and a Discord server. If you use Discord, let me know in the comments. I'd love to get you an invite. Please enjoy Tex Murphy, Pandora Detective. So the previous screen was giving me a choice between two different levels, the entertainment level and the game level. Entertainment is more for newer players or players that want more hints. This says the story can move along 3 different paths to a total of 7 combined endings. To play Mission Street, be thoughtful, kind, and choose the high road. Lombard Street, stay neutral and perhaps a little naive. Boulevard of Broken Dreams, be antagonistic and selfish. A tutorial of how to use the virtual world engine is available to help in the help system. To see the tutorial, click on the question mark on the main console and then on the tutorial button in the upper right corner of the help screen. This guy's making way too much noise, I'm just saying.
You know, I'm turning 30 tomorrow. Did you know that?
Well, happy birthday. You know, I was just thinking you don't look a day over 25.
Liar. I don't know, I've just been feeling very stuck lately. You know, I cannot remember the last time I was surprised by anything. Can you?
The last time I was surprised was by you. Well, you know what I mean. I'm just surprised that we're able to stay good friends.
I've been thinking about moving. Maybe Phoenix. I've got an old college friend that lives down there, and she says it's nice. I think the change would do me good. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you'll love it down there, 'cause there's square dancing and 10-gallon hats and armadillo hunting.
And macho yokels with names like Tex.
Okay, that's yours.
So tell me, what do you think? You think I should go or not?
Well, you know, Arizona may seem like a much more exciting place than San Francisco, but it's dangerous down there. At least around here, you got your friends checking out for you.
It's dangerous everywhere. I mean, especially here. I mean, did you hear about that co-ed? Someone murdered her in her own bedroom.
I didn't hear about that. Who killed her?
Well, the newspaper said it might be a serial killer. They gave him some kind of crazy name. I don't know, I can't remember what they called him.
Doesn't that stuff scare you? I mean, I'm a tough guy, and it scares me.
I appreciate your concern, Tex, but I have been fine on my own for a long time. Looks like the rain's letting up. I'm going home.
Got a big date?
Oh, yeah. Cary Grant and a pint of Haagen-Dazs. Hold me down. See you later.
What a schmuck.
What?
Chelsea was giving you opportunities all evening and you blew every one of them. The son PA you are. Well, you wouldn't know a clue if it walked up and punched you in the face.
Listen, all I know is, every time I try and ask her out, she turns me down.
It's from the distinguished gentleman in the corner.
You bought me a drink?
He bought you a bourbon.
good evening, good evening. Gordon Fitzpatrick is my name. Please sit down, sir. You know, I am not in the habit of eavesdropping, but I do believe I heard someone say that you were a private detective.
That's right. I'm a licensed private investigator.
Oh, delightful. It's a pleasure indeed to meet you. And your name?
Murphy. Tex Murphy.
Tex Murphy. Well. This is fine. Now listen, let me ask you this, Mr. Tex Murphy. Have you in your work ever had the occasion to seek for a missing person?
Sure. I can do that.
Well, then perhaps we could do some business.
I think we can work something out. My office is just around the corner, the Ritz Hotel.
Why don't we go there? I like your office. Oh, yes, the ambiance is very authentic. Reminds me of those, those old detective stories that I used to watch when I was a kid. I'm sure that at any moment, Sam Spade is going to come marching through that door, but then who needs Sam Spade when I've got Tex Murphy standing in front of me? Did you always want to be a private eye?
As far back as I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have a seat, Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah? While all the other kids were logged on to Sesame Street Interactive, I was reading Hammett and Chandler.
It must be quite an exciting life.
Oh, it's got its moments. Don't get me wrong, it's not like the movies. It sure as hell doesn't pay very well. But it suits me. So what can I do for you, Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Well, I'm trying to find an old acquaintance of mine, Thomas Malloy, Dr. Thomas Malloy. The last official address for him that I have is the Ritz Hotel. Now, do you happen to know him?
Can't say that I do.
Well, it's very important that I find him. You know, let me give you a little background. For many years, I was a research scientist, and I worked alongside Dr. Malloy. But about 20 years ago, maybe, I guess something like that, our paths diverged, and I lost touch with him, and he with me. And then very recently, I saw a photograph of him in a local newspaper. Now, it's a strange thing how time is such a natural equalizer. Makes us appreciate the faces from one's past. At any rate, the older gentleman in that photograph is Dr. Malloy. And I contacted the newspaper to find out where the photograph had been taken. It was at the San Francisco Technical University. Well, I hiked right out there, got to the campus, and decided to look the man up and surprise him. Even with that photograph, no one recognized him, no one knew his name. But then I received a strange phone call from a young woman named Sandra. The man I knew as Thomas Malloy, she knew as Tyson Matthews. She seemed quite uncomfortable talking on the vid phone, so I suggested we meet. She never showed up for that appointment.
You never heard from her again?
You know, it's strange. But this simple, whimsical wish of mine to get together with my old friend has materialized into, I don't know, I feel a sense of impending doom. I fear for the young woman, and I fear for my friend, Dr. Malloy.
It sounds interesting. I think I can look into this for you.
Thank you. Now, you'll have to refresh my memory. How much is your fee? How does it work?
I charge $500 a day.
Of course.
Plus expenses.
Naturally. There, that should be enough to get you started. And here somewhere, there you go. I could be reached at that number.
I'll be in touch.
I feel we're off to a good start.
All right, Mr. Fitzpatrick. This is the first cash I've had in months. $4,000. I owe Louis $200, and Rook says I owe him $300. But there should be plenty left over. Yes, sir. Things are definitely looking up. Fitzpatrick didn't give me much to go on. Just the newspaper photo of Malloy and the fact that Malloy stayed here at the Ritz. And there's that girl Fitzpatrick referred to, Sandra. Maybe I can track her down. First I need to find out which apartment Malloy was staying in, and then get into it. That means I gotta deal with Nilo, my landlord. It's the second week of April, and I'm a little late on my February rent payment.
All right. So let's recap what we just saw. I love Tex Murphy. Isn't this so cool? So we started off with what looked like a robber in somebody's room who was being extremely loud. Unfortunately, we figured out that there was no need to worry about the volume of his snooping because the poor lady was unfortunately deceased. We believe that maybe he was the serial killer that they spoke of in the beginning cutscene. We saw Tex sitting with this lady friend at the diner. Apparently he's not very smooth with his dating life. And then we were greeted by Mr. Fitzpatrick, who wanted to hire us to look for his old friend and colleague, Dr. Malloy. So we're going to go and find his apartment and see if we can get any clues as to where he could be.
So Fitzpatrick's staying at the Savoy. Guess I can call him on my vid phone if I need to talk with him. My trusty electronic shop credit card. The only way to go when you're out of cash. I'll pick up these clothes next time I'm expecting someone else in my bedroom. Yeah, fat chance of that. It's my own little attempt at creative horticulture. The downy fresh hub of my swinging bachelor pad. Space Girl Doris. With your own form-fitting airsuit and come-hither smile, I still dream of you and a lunar landing. My parents found this in the attic and sent it to me. I remember the pastoral days of my early youth, riding on my trusty Mount Striper, chasing bank robbers and horse thieves. And all that came to an end one summer afternoon during an electrical storm. The lightning struck a transformer near our home, creating a tremendous power surge. It was after the accident that my brothers and sisters started calling me Tex. Whenever I asked them, they'd just laugh and wink at each other. I never did find out about that nickname.
Well, that was quite the backstory, wasn't it? Let's keep looking around his room.
I'll pick up these clothes next time I'm expecting. These are designer lights, as if there were any doubt. The nightstands add a pleasant symmetry to my bedroom ensemble. Amazingly, I made this horse out of a single coat hanger. I think that's a ceramic dog. I won this athletic supporter trophy in high school. I was the best third-string punter in the state. It's a small miniature camel. This is some sort of cool thing. I'm currently reading the Maltese fruitcake. Family's been passing it around for years. I'm currently... I'll pick up these... Amazingly enough, this space-age cabinet came folded into a packet the size of a Triscuit. This is the certificate and a copy of the check the Mutant League gave me after my last case. I used the cash to expand my office, buy some furniture, and pay off my debts. That left me with $4.12. Soap on a rope. Grandpa Murphy buys this for all the grandkids every Christmas. This is where I shave my face once a month, come rain or shine. Indoor plumbing is one of the many luxuries I try not to take for granted. This door leads downstairs. The guy who sold me this hormonotron said it would make women obsolete in my life, but I can't get it to work. The guy who sold... This door connects to my rec room. This door connects to my rec room. This photo was taken at the last family reunion I attended. Has it really been 18 years? This painting epitomizes my view of women as a gender. No matter how many lights I have in a room, there's always space for another lamp. This is half of my special Space Pirate salt and pepper set. Oh, I tear up just a little bit every time I look at this empty bottle of Irish whiskey. This is just a bunch of stuff. A handful of Agatha Christie novels and my secret Aladdin lamp. I'm not planning on dusting that baby until I'm ready to retire. This is just a bunch of stuff. This is just a bunch. This is just a bunch. This is just a stack of Perry Mason paperbacks and some other crap. I mean art. These shelves contain some of my most cherished mementos. A stack of Perry Mason. A handful of Agatha Christie novels and my secret. A handful of. I call this painting Bleak Landscape. It's another beautiful night in the city I love. My favorite vase. I'm gonna start using this thing just as soon as I get in shape.
I think the whole point is to use it to get in shape, Tex. You do the opposite, buddy.
This is a big photo of two horses. Why I have it and why it's actually hanging on my wall, I have no idea. It's one of my favorites. Bear in a trench coat. A reproduction of Fish and Fruit by the mutant surrealistic Saul Dooley. You can never have too much shelf space. Most of these computer components were purchased at a yard sale. The only one I've been able to get running is the little laptop on the shelf in front of the chair. I cut this article about Mac Malden out of the newspaper. Gives me a good chuckle. I cut this thing out of the paper a few days ago. I've known Mac Malden for years. We've worked together on several cases, but I don't know if we're actually friends. We just help each other out occasionally. This chair just didn't make the cut when I refurbished my office. This barbell would provide a great workout if it weren't so darn heavy. Most of these computer components were purchased. Most of these you can never. That's the only computer in the office that works. This door leads back. That's the way back to my office. This office was a dance studio before I moved in. This is a breathtaking view of Saturn from the imaginary planet Alpha 19. Nothing kills these plants, and I ought to know. This is the only pot I allow in my office. This alien landscape reminds me of the old Star Trek episode where they get that distress call, then Captain Kirk meets that beautiful woman, then he and Spock barely escape, then Kirk makes that funny joke right at the end. The credenza is not that attractive, but it sure beats the unsightly stain hiding underneath. This painting always reminds me of something. I'm not sure what. I got this from my grandpa, Audie Murphy. It was signed by Richie Havens. Grandpa said he was the original singing detective. I haven't played my phonograph since it destroyed the A side on my Bill Shatner Sings the Blues LP. I haven't played my phonograph. These Gumby figures took third place in my 7th grade sculpting class. This wooden duck represents my ongoing commitment to wildlife preservation. The watercolor plate is a lovely reminder of my favorite high school art class. This is an anatomically correct carving of my first pet, Barky. This little gem cost me 120 Llama cigarette coupons, but I think it's well worth it. A collection of my favorite poetry books. Someday, I'm going to read every single one of them. That's my prize collection of tribbles. Taco Bob. It's got the most stylish placemats in town. This hot plate will come in handy if I eat anything other than saltines and dog food again. The guy who sold me this said it just might be an unsigned Picasso. It better be, because I paid $30. Eat the rich dog food. A little gamey, but not bad for the price. I've had this jackknife ever since my Weeblos days. Rusty the Clown's Fun Book. The only pop-up book in existence with a must-be 18 years or older sticker. I picked this book up at Rook's for $1. It's worth every penny. The scanner brings back some truly fond memories. Wonder how Trixie's doing. Took me forever to get this diploma. I had to send in 100 proofs of purchase from True Detective. Couple more cases and I'll have this thing paid for. Then I'll start paying off my student loans. These drawers contain more worthless stuff than a Walmart bargain bin. These drawers contain more worthless... These drawers can... The 60-day warranty just ran out on my electronic shop fax machine. Should break down any minute now. No one sits in this chair but yours truly. I really need to find some stuff to put in. These drawers are the holding area for stuff that's about to be tossed out in the trash. I really need to find some stuff. Another bill from the electronics shop. I can't believe they expect me to pay for the junk they sell. Another can of Eat the Rich dog food. Well, at least I'll never starve. It's taken me years to fill up. That's my Jane Mansfield coloring book and the Inspector Poirot mask I used last Halloween. And my trusty lamp. I borrowed this magazine on my last trip to the dentist. I've always been crazy for the Miracle Nails model. Ritual Virility is a guide to scoring with women. Step number 1, get rich. Guilty as Heck, the gripping saga of Lance Knight, the soft-boiled PI. This picture was taken of my ex-wife on her 25th birthday. Yeah, she was gorgeous. Makes me wonder sometimes why we couldn't make it work. That's a New York Times bestseller, Men Are Imbeciles, Women Are Erratic. My mom sent this to help me with my love life. I've read the first chapter and I think the author's a hermaphrodite. My new vid phone is essential to my business. Thank goodness it's easy to operate.
Hello, Mr. Murphy. How are your efforts progressing?
I have a few leads. Called to see if you'd give me some additional information.
I'll be happy to tell you anything I know. As I've said, I haven't seen my friend for years, and I don't believe I have any additional information that would help you locate him. The name is new to me. That may have been the girl that I spoke to at the university. As I've said, I haven't seen my friend for years, and I don't believe I have any additional information that would help you locate him. It's my idea that that was the pseudonym that Thomas used when he worked at the university. That's the landlord at the Ritz, if I'm not mistaken. Extremely unpleasant and uncooperative. Oh, my part in all this is relatively unimportant. I can't place the name. The man who runs the diner, I found him a very pleasant man. The name is new to me. If I'm any judge of character, I think our arrangement will be extremely beneficial.
With all that these chairs have gone through, I feel like I could write a testimonial to the makers of Scotchgard. With all that these chairs have gone through, I feel like I could write a testimonial to the makers of Scotchgard. Chandler Avenue recently got a city-funded cleanup. Now the street's darn near clean enough to eat off. This baby's brand new. I had to replace the old one after the, incident. Lord, what a horrible memory. This is my official front door. It leads to the fire escape. I should probably stop by the newsstand and see if Chelsea's upset with me about last night. I've been trying to get her to go out with me for years now, and just when I think I might be getting somewhere, I stick my big foot in my mouth. Well, now I got some money, and maybe she'll give me another chance to let me take her out to dinner.
Hi, Tex.
Hey, I'm sorry about last night.
Is that so? Why?
Playing hard to get, huh? Okay, I'll play your little game.
I'm not in the mood, Tex. You know, this is not a game to me. I have a lot of big decisions to make, and maybe I need to get away to make them.
Hey, everybody needs some space sometimes. Go if you have to, but I'll be waiting when you get back.
Thanks, Tex. I'll keep that in mind. So what's up?
Actually, I'm here to ask you out for dinner, and I'm not taking no for an answer.
What, like a date?
Well, sure, dinner, a movie, maybe a trip up to my swinging bachelor pad for some strip parcheesi.
Look, I know you're just trying to be nice.
No, it'd be more like two friends having a great meal and maybe some stimulating conversation.
I guess that'd be okay. I mean, yeah, that'd be all right. You know, Tex, I haven't really been myself lately, and I really appreciate you looking out for me.
Hey, this is going to be my pleasure. So what are you in the mood for? I heard Weenie World put tater tots on the menu.
I've got a better idea. Why don't you let me make you dinner at my place? It's cheaper than going out. And besides, I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Let's say 8 o'clock?
Well, you talked me into it in this band, though.
Well, I feel so spoiled.
By the way, what should I bring, red or white?
You better bring both.
Finally. After years of relentless pursuit, Chelsea's inviting me over to her apartment for dinner. Oh man, the possibilities are making me woozy. Okay, snap out of it, Murphy, and let's get back to work here. Maybe I should head over to the Ritz and see if Nilo's at the front desk. I'm sure he'll be happy to see me.
Looks like he has a date. Ooh, you go, Tex.
Hold it right there, you sneaking piece of slop.
Hello, Nilo. Good to see you, too.
Ain't we polite today? Strolling in here like some kind of sunbeam from heaven. Tell you what, fork over the money you owe me, and I won't kick your butt all the way out into the street. I guess you don't count so good. You owe me 2,100. That's more like it.
What is up with this guy, Mr. Grumpy Pants, taking all my hard-earned money? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Now maybe you can answer a few questions for me.
No comprende?
Hey, I had no idea you were bilingual, El Nino.
No one ever talks to me like that. Get the hell out of here, sicko.
Okay, that did not go very well. Let's try again, maybe.
Nilo is undisputed proof that man evolved from apes.
What now, Pinhead?
Look, Nilo, I'm working on a case. If you help me solve it, maybe I'll have money to pay rent next month.
No comprende?
I said I can use your help.
I heard what you said. It's just my meter ran out. Of course, you see note. So, what's on your mind? Never heard of him. I ain't familiar with that name. Nope.
Recognize the man in this photo?
Yeah, I seen him before.
What can you tell me about him?
He used to stay here. Gone now.
Which room did he stay in?
Hey,
What name did he use when he signed in?
Matthews. Tyson Matthews.
Okay. Well, thanks for the help.
Oh, the pleasure was all mine. P-Brain. We only stayed here a couple of weeks. Paid up front for 2 months. But he's too late to get a refund. What are you asking about me for? Want to ask me out on a date? Never heard of him. Ah, nicest guy on the street. Me and him, we talk the same language. I'd like to wipe the smile off that fat guy's face, but he ain't a bad cook. I got a few things I'd like to teach that Chelsea, if you know what I mean. Look, as long as you pay the rent, I don't care if you're the Queen of freaking England.
Apartment A is through the door by Nilo's desk and up the stairs. Nilo's had a hard time keeping tenants, so Malloy was probably the last person to stay in the room. Hopefully I'll find a lead once I get inside. The slice of heaven's been vacant for months. During this place has been locked up. This is this door leads. This door leads to the lobby.
Alright, let's look around this place, shall we?
Front desk is a miracle of particle board and wood paneling. Front desk is a... I'm not really sure what this painting means, but it's probably obscene. Nilo uses this lamp when he looks at his special magazines. Nilo hasn't had this vending machine stocked since I moved in. It probably cost money. Sheesh. This sandwich is about as fresh as Nilo's undershirt. Nilo had these plants laminated to save on upkeep. This mail drop box adds a nostalgic touch to the lobby. This mail drop box... The vid phone's busted, but Nilo won't put an out-of-order sign on it. That'd just cut into his profits. The vid phone's busted, but Nilo won't put an out-of-order sign on it. That'd just cut into his profits. Chairs match the sofa perfectly. They're vile-smelling roach nests, just like the sofa. Nilo must have found these magazines in the dumpster out back. The only magazines he pays for are the naughty ones. This piece of notebook paper looks like it's been used for a coaster. Well, looks like Nilo's in for a busy and productive day.
This guy is weird.
Chairs match the sofa perfectly. They're vile-smelling roach nests, just like the sofa. These paintings are simple, elegant, and tasteful. They must have come with the hotel when Nilo bought it. Nilo is undisputed proof.
What do you want? I'm busy here.
There's something I forgot to ask you. I figure I've paid you enough already, so you owe me.
Well, you figured wrong. You're off by about $500.
Come on, Nilo. You've cleaned me out already. I haven't even got enough money left to buy food.
Oh, boo-hoo. Here, let me give you some back. Ah, you didn't say the magic word. What a sap. So, what do you want to know? How to spot a sucker a mile away? Sucker a mile away, I like that.
The only thing in that storage closet is dust. The only thing in that storage closet is dust. This door leads to the upstairs apartments. These boxes are full of Nilo's girly magazines. If you ever caught me checking them out, I'd be out on the street. Oh, this painting must be called Sam and Max Hit the Semi. Well, the hallways are surprisingly well lit. Nilo must like to give his female tenants a fighting chance.
I actually really love the Sam and Max games. If you guys don't know Sam and Max, they are a crime-fighting dog and rabbit duo, and I have the Telltale game episodes of Sam and Max, and I believe there was old school point-and-click adventure as well before Telltale made some, so go check those out. They're really good.
Nilo says there's a naked woman hidden somewhere in this painting, but I think Nilo could find a naked woman hidden somewhere on a nickel. No wonder Nilo hung a painting over this fire alarm. Looks like it's been permanently disconnected. No wonder. That must be the outline of the last tenant who tried to skip out on his rent. Having been through a frigid winter in the Ritz, I happen to know that this radiator is nothing more than a piece of industrial art. Chandler Avenue recently got a city-funded cleanup. Now the street's darn near clean enough to eat off. I'd run naked through a nuclear reactor core before I'd set foot in there. A gentleman of the old school like myself would never enter the forbidden zone. What a scumbag. Nilo knew I couldn't get into the apartment without the code, and now he'll probably want to charge me a few $100 for it. At this rate, I'm going to be broke again in a hurry. So, this is where Malloy stayed. The beginning of the trail. It's all locked up.
Oh, brother. Let's hope he's not going to charge us some more money, because, man, Tex is running out of money just after he got it. That's not cool.
This door leads to...
Well, let's see. Please don't make us give you money.
Nilo is undisputed.
Como esta, pea-brain? Must be nice now you don't need to sneak in through the back. So, what do you want?
Nilo looks around like he's about to sell some government secret and then lets me take a peek in his special notebook. The code is 4827. This door...
my goodness. Well, that was quite a twist. Day 2, ladies in waiting.
My head feels like it's full of molasses. Yeah, another swell case for San Francisco's favorite punching bag. I suppose the fact that someone knocked me out must mean I'm on the right track. Whoever hit me did a thorough job. Must have interrupted his search of the apartment. Maybe that means he overlooked something. A few plastic plates and cheap silverware. Malloy must have taken the good china with him. An old rusty hot plate. The luxury of hotel living. Whoever furnished the Ritz must have bought credenzas in bulk. Nice wastebasket. A rickety reading lamp with no light bulb. Man, Nilo runs a tight ship. Look at all those drawers. Look at... Yeah, it's an old photograph. Look at all... Look at all... Yeah, it looks like a business card. This warehouse is just down the street from the Ritz. I shudder to think about all the butts that have sat in that cushion through the... Chair looks pretty comfy. Unsanitary, but comfy. Damn, no spare change under here. Looks like Malloy made a special llama pal back in his younger days. These boxes are empty. Wonder what they're doing here. The label on the box says it was shipped from Mexico. Airport of the Gods. My Uncle Marty owned a whole series of these books. Go-Karts of the Gods, Lunch of the Gods. I loved this book when I was a kid. Aliens, spaceships, mysterious structures. Then I grew up and realized it was all a load of crap. The label on the box and lamp looks like an urn wearing a Chinese hat. Looks like a letter. I wonder who this David Wright is. And more importantly, if Malloy's been to his cabin in Oregon.
Dated January 28th, 2043. Dear Thomas, I was delighted to receive your letter after all these years. It sounds as though your work is progressing well, and I look forward to having a few of our all-night discussions, just like in the old days. You're certainly welcome to stay at my cabin as long as you'd like. It's extremely secluded, a perfect place to get away from prying eyes. I can't meet you for at least a week, but I'll get there when I can. In the meantime, there's a key to the door under the brick by the front steps. I've come across an item I think you'll find quite interesting. I look forward to working out an exchange of information. The cabin is located exactly 8.4 miles south-southwest from a small town in Oregon called Salmonberry. You'll probably need to find a good map. It will be good to see you again.
Man, what's this? Looks like a scarf. Ooh, this scarf reeks of cheap perfume. I guess Malloy must have had a lady friend in for a visit. And if the lady friend wore this scarf anywhere else in the neighborhood, she'd be pretty hard to forget. Maybe I should show this thing around and see what I can find out. No play, bub. I never look at these personally, but I do remember this one. It was the Amazon Woman edition featuring 37 pages of full-color pictures. Nice. This bed looks hard enough to tap dance on. The vid phone's busted, but Nilo won't put an out-of-order sign on it. That'd just cut into his profits. The vid phone's busted. This... Oh, Chelsea's not at the newsstand. That's strange. I wonder if she's at her apartment. Looks like the cops put one of their computerized locks on the door. Rusty the Clown used to own this place, then he mysteriously disappeared. In my last case, I found his body hidden in the back. Cops came in a few weeks ago and carried out Rusty's remains and locked everything up. Rusty's front door is sealed off with a cop lock. There's no way I can get in without unlocking it. This place has been locked up for months. I guess this letter didn't quite make it into the mailbox. Uh-oh. Moral dilemma. To mail or not to mail? That is the question. This mailbox used to... I may regret this the next time I'm eating dog food for breakfast, but right now it feels pretty good. So, this door is the delivery entrance for the Fuchsia Flamingo. The Golden Gate Hotel was shut down a couple of months ago. Turns out it's a big fire trap. I hear the owners are planning on gutting it and then fixing it up. This gate opens up to the alley behind the Golden Gate Hotel. A sermon on the joys of not eating meat, to be delivered by Reverend Gary. Okay.
And he proclaimed
That looks
in
like
a
trash to me.
mighty voice,
Of course, one man's trash
"Woe
is
be
another man's
unto
treasure.
ye, eaters of flesh. Cursed are those who partake of the sausage patties and leek
Another empty
and
garbage
sizzling
can.
bacon.
Most of these are cleaner than my
Cry
office.
for forgiveness, ye ingestors of
Another
honey
empty
baked
garbage.
ham and all other manner of breakfast meats.
Man, I haven't seen this much trash since the Murphy family swap.
And they cried out to him,
Man, I haven't
saying,
seen this-
"But these are turkey-based products. They will not harm us." And he said
I've heard
unto
about
them,
Crazy Gary, but we've
"Yea,
never
though
formally
turkey
met.
is the least
He
of
appears
these,
occasionally in some nook of
nonetheless
Chandler
they
Avenue, ranting
weigh
wildly
upon
like
thee
a
as
space-age
thy
Moses strung out on Demerol and bad scotch.
You! No, not you, the one in the hat. Have you not come to be healed?
No. Actually, I was wondering if you knew where I could get some nice prime rib.
Blasphemer! Know you not the effects of the vile grub that rots within your digestive tract?
Listen, let's leave my digestive tract out of this. All I want to do is ask you a few questions.
There is only one answer, and that is to partake not of the flesh, especially red meat, and choose instead the bulk and fiber of cereals, fruits, vegetables, and especially grains.
Well, we all gotta die of something. Eating a triple chili cheese dog for lunch is as good as any.
The lunch of the damned! Those who worship at the altar of beef, veal, and poultry shall reap the vengeance of atherosclerosis.
Arthur who?
Atherosclerosis, the clogging of the arteries, the horrible fate that awaits the ingesters of oleaginous matter.
Well, to tell you the truth, meat's not really much of a problem for me. I can't afford it. Bar tabs take up most of my cash.
Ah, then you too are an imbiber of the blessed potations. Which do you prefer, rum or vodka?
Bourbon, actually.
I, myself, prefer a nice single malt scotch.
I like scotch. I like to ask questions. Are you in the mood to answer some?
I'm afraid not. My congregation awaits. Now go and eat meat no more.
Sounds like a bottle of good scotch might loosen up Crazy Gary's tongue. I heard that Sal Lucido, the former owner of the Slice of Heaven pizza parlor, kept a first-rate stash of illegally imported booze somewhere on the street. The Fuchsia Flamingo certainly has the nicest doors on the street. Streetlights here work about half the time, and usually during the day. The police were down in the sewer last week cleaning up the scum. That's the two-legged kind. Apparently some drug dealers were doing business in the tunnels below the street. I heard a deal went bad and someone got killed. I guess they have to keep this door locked now that people are storing their stuff here. It's all locked up. Most of the fences and gates around the neighborhood are more symbolic than utilitarian. That door will take you inside Rook's pawn shop. Rook's been running his pawn shop since sometime before the Eisenhower administration. He's a crusty, mean-spirited little troll who's rumored to have a heart of gold. Yeah, sure. He lets me buy things on credit occasionally, but then he nags me ruthlessly until I pay up. We get along all right, as long as I keep my bills settled.
Up already, Murphy? And it isn't even lunchtime yet. Or am I still asleep? Having a horrible, horrible nightmare.
Say, Rook, is it just my imagination or have you been working out? 'Cause you look great, you little son of a gun.
Oh, Lord, this is a nightmare.
Tell me something, Rook. You ever sat down and thought about how great life is and just smiled to yourself?
No. Now where's the money you owe me?
I don't know if I've got enough cash to pay you back right now. You see, I'm hoping to get a certain special someone to go out with me.
Oh, really? Anyone I know? You can't be talking about the young lady who walked out on you last night.
I don't know what it is, Rook. It's these women. They're harder to figure out than a tax return.
What do you know about a tax return? Which reminds me, where's the money you owe me?
I got a pretty good feeling I'm going to make some decent cash off this case I'm working on. You can keep your pants on for a while longer and answer a few questions for me. I'll pay you back with interest.
No deal, Murphy. First, you pay. Then we talk.
Okay. Here's the 200, the 300 I owe you. Satisfied?
Well, let's pop the champagne and have a parade. Murphy paid me back.
I'd love to drink some bubbly with you, Rook, but I'm pretty busy with the case. That's another reason why I stopped by.
Ordinarily, Murphy, I'd tell you what to do with your irritating questions. But after all, you did pay me back. I suppose I can spare you a few moments. Never heard the name in my life. The warehouse was turned into a storage facility. I have items stored there myself. The rates are very reasonable. That imbecile. He's been trying to make problems for Louis. He doesn't eat meat and thinks anyone who does is a barbarian. Moron. They finally found Rusty, dead as disco. And I, for one, couldn't be happier. I didn't care much for the drug dealers, illegal novelty smugglers, and out-of-work clowns that used to hang out at the fun house. Of course I've heard about it. I just doubt I know any more about it than you. How should I know who that is? Never heard the name in my life. I've seen this man before. He came into my pawn shop several weeks ago and pawned an item. If you want to find out what he pawned, I suggest you find him and ask him. The man in your photo told me his name was Tyson Matthews. Nilo's run the Ritz for years. He's a pig. But at least he pays cash when he buys something from me. No. Next question. You know enough about me. Louis is a good man. He seems to like you quite a bit. I can't figure out for the life of me why. Oh, Chelsea. If I were a younger man, you wouldn't have a chance with her. I'll admit you have some skills as a PI. It's your social skills that need desperate help.
Streetlights here work about half the time, and usually during the day. Well, if I suck in my gut, I just might be able to get through the fence and get into the alley behind the pawn shop. The slice of heaven's been vacant for months. During one of my previous cases, I did a job for the former owner, Francesca Lucido. Helped her get a divorce from her dirtbag husband, and she took him to the cleaners. Last I heard, she was dating some young stud named Julio and renting a condo in Miami Beach. The slice of heaven. I wonder why I never noticed this door here before. Yeah, floors and stairs in here are all pretty dusty. Doesn't look as though anybody's been in here for a while. The boxes are all covered with dust. Passageway doesn't seem to have been used in quite a while. It's a piece of sheet metal propped up against the wall. An ancient garbage can. The design doesn't seem to have changed much over the years. Nothing interesting here. Some of this trash consists of newspapers dating back to before the war. That's pretty cool. Useless, but cool. That box looks like it's empty. Old shipping boxes. It's a bottle of something. Yummy. 25-year-old scotch. I can't imagine where this door goes. Yeah, it looks like trash to me. Of course, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Ah, Clint's old studio apartment. I wonder if it's for rent. Ah, Clint's old studio. Ah, Clint. Ah. It's a manhole cover. A sewer line must run under the alley. I used to play basketball 2 or 3 times a day when I was younger. Now, after I watch Jeopardy, I need a nap. Whatever's on the end of this power box must be out of commission. This gauge is as dead as my love life. The garbage can. Louis uses a rain gutter just like this one whenever he brews a pot of his special Armageddon blend. I have to admit, this is the back door to Rook's pawn shop. Whoever's responsible for these boxes being down here must be in a great deal of pain. Great, another empty box. Wasn't anyone in charge of removing these things? This looks like the kind of money belt the drug dealers are wearing these days. I think I could put this money to a more productive use than any drug dealer could. Whoever's responsible. I think I'll let that box float right where it is. Well, this box looks like it hasn't rotted through yet. A chisel. Maybe someone's been down here doing some prospecting. Well, this... Well, good thing these code numbers are here. I wouldn't want to be in the wrong sewer. Danger, contaminated area. No. Contamination? Around here? Some unlucky soul lost his wallet. So, my landlord dropped his wallet, and it's full of cash. Of course, I could return it.
Aside, in those days they shall pervert the innocent pimento.
I've heard about...
I happen to be in the middle of a very important sermon.
This won't take long. I just need to...
I cannot cast my...
Well, that won't... That doesn't seem to do anything. I've heard about...
I happen...
Well, I brought you an offering.
How may I assist you, O venerable giver of the precious potation? That appellation is foreign to me. I have seen the warehouse, but have never entered therein. I have been summoned by a greater power to preach against the forces of red meat and its kin. It is my calling in life, and I fear no man. Yeah, I've not heard of such a thing. My ignorance is regrettable. That appellation is foreign to me. A name with which I am totally unfamiliar. I saw this man but once, strolling along the thoroughfare. He appeared to drop an article of some sort. When he bent to retrieve it, I espied an object fall from his pocket. It turned out to be a key. No. You may indeed have the key, and I wish you luck in locating the poor man. The cretin is a veritable slaughterhouse. If he approaches to within eyesight, I fairly retch from the foul odor. That appellation is Psycho Preacher! That's what the foul little man calls me. A curse be upon his pancreas. That nefarious parasite, his very livelihood subsists on polluting the intestines of all the inhabitants in our fair locality. I have waged war upon him and his ilk, and only one of us will live to tell the tale. Ah, the lovely creature who administers at the local newsstand, a sweet flower. Your taste in Scotch is unquestionable. For that fact alone, I can bear the stench of digesting meat emanating from your every pore.
The only thing in this neighborhood that's tackier than that marquee is Clint's toupee. Oh, the Coco Cabana. I heard that Clint, the local chocolate junkie, opened some kind of business up at Coit Tower. So, this door is the... This gate... No shortage of trash receipts. This is the old Zebra building. They went out of business a long time ago. I think they made prison uniforms. Looks like a metal rod. Maybe an antenna. Looks like this side of the fuchsia flamingo didn't get painted. You can still see all the old markings from when it was the Bijou Theater. This must be the back door to the flamingo. It's all locked up. Ritz Hotel. Nilo is undisputed proof that...
Ah, bonsoir, dopey. So you just gonna stand there and stare at my beautiful face? Ah, got a whole new respect for you, snotface. She's the one who sings over at the Flamingo. She's been in here before. I got a few things in mind for her. Nope. Yeah. They turned that place into a storage unit. I was thinking about buying it. Only I was a little short on capital. He's that preacher freak out on the street. One of these days, I'm gonna shut him up for good. Don't know a thing about it. I'm getting tired of you. Nope. I don't know any lady.
Back again, Murphy. If you're here to ask for another loan, you can forget it. That's the name of the man in the photo? He only came in here once. I've only seen the name on the marquee outside the Fuchsia Flamingo. The warehouse was turned into a storage facility. I don't know a thing about it. That imbecile. He's been trying to make problems for Louis. He doesn't eat meat and thinks anyone who does is a barbarian. Moron.
The electronic shop. I have to laugh every time I think about all the free stuff I picked up with my bogus electronic shop credit card. The electronic shop opened last year, and I got to know the previous owner, Ham Underwood. I got an electronic shop credit card under somewhat shady circumstances, and I ran up a good-sized bill during my last case. I hear there's a new owner now, some guy named Zach Williams.
Hold it right there. Get your hands up where I can see them. All right, now, take out your electronic shop credit card. Ah. Nice and easy. So you're Murphy. I just got your photo from the credit department. We were wondering when you'd show up here again. I got orders about you. Straight from corporate headquarters. Sorry I gotta do this. But now then, what can I do for you?
Well, that was dramatic. I thought we were about to die.
Well, I guess this means my credit's shot. You know, I'm almost certain I sent you people a payment.
Really? I wonder why we haven't received it.
It's my accountant. He's got a little problem. And I'd fire him in a second if it weren't for little Timmy and his tragic medical problem.
Your account is over 120 days delinquent, and you owe us $1,230.
Say what?
That amount includes one fax machine, $399, one laser blade, $29, a film developing kit, $179.
For that piece of crap?
You bought it. And $623 in interest.
What?
$623 in interest.
All right, all right. Here's your money. Now when do I get my new credit card?
You don't. From now on, it's cash only. If you see something you like, ask me about it, and I'll give you a price.
Well, they sure got a great selection of gadgets, gizmos, and thingies. Photo analyzer. Most of the photos I've seen don't require much psychiatric help. Now there's utility. A radio that doubles as a boat propeller. That sucker reminds me of the bill collector that dropped by my office a month ago. These joysticks never seem to provide the satisfaction they promise. Tissot watches. Last one I had broke down. This computer has way too many keys. I used to have a battery pack like this for my Robco toys. Taser. I had one of those once, but I kept zapping myself. The Robco Combuster. Now that's interesting. Memo pad. Jeez. Are they still trying to sell these things? They haven't sold a single visor since I started shopping here. A relief globe of the moon. That might come in handy if I ever have to relieve myself on the moon. Memo pad. Jeez. Are they still... I got one of these and it's a real beauty. Force field keeps out undesirables. Yeah, it was great buying merchandise from this box until my credit was shot. That is one old camera. I don't think they even make film for these anymore. This guy must be the new store manager.
I'm here to answer questions about the merchandise, and that's all. If you see something you're interested in, ask me about it, and I'll give you a price. Then if you want to buy it, you give me the cash, and you take it with you. Got it? Good.
I don't think I'll need that. 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 Well, I hope my new purchase will help me out. I don't think I'll need that. Well, I hope my new purchase will help me out. I don't think I'll need that. 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 Well, I hope my new purchase will help me out. That door will take... Streetlights here work about half the time, and usually during the day. These doors lead to the brew and stew. It's the only place in the neighborhood to get a decent meal. The Brew and Stew, Louie's Diner, is more of a home to me than my place at the Ritz. Louie's probably my best friend if I have one. He's always making sure I get enough to eat, and he runs me tabs for months at a time. My current debt is up to $200. But with the smell of fresh coffee and Louie's special home cooking, the Brew and Stew always has the welcome sign turned on.
Life! I noticed you talking to that older gentleman last night. I bet Rook $20 that he hired you to do some work for him.
Well, I'm happy to report that Rook owes you $20, though I'm sure he's going to be real happy about paying off the bet.
I think Rook's only nice to members of the fairer sex, and not too many of them. So I was right. You did get a job.
My client's looking for a friend of his. He's not having too much luck finding him. He gave me a nice advance to see what I could turn up.
Congratulations, Mike. It must be a relief to be working again.
You said it. It's actually why I came down here. I'm hoping you can help me with the lead.
Sorry, Mike. Haven't heard of him. I'm pretty sure I've never heard that name. Yeah, I remember this guy. Came in here to eat a couple times. Probably a month ago. The cops came in and closed that place down a couple weeks ago. Turns out they found Rusty's body in there. Someone dumped him in a barrel of acid. Created a lot of conversation in here, I'll tell you. Sorry, Mike. Haven't heard of him. That warehouse changes owners like partners at a square dance. I guess it's some kind of storage unit now. Crazy Gary's trying to start some kind of feud with me. Says I'm killing all my customers with my food. Good thing no one takes him too serious. I saw Malden a couple weeks ago when the cops came by to clean out Rusty's place. He hasn't changed much, except around the waistline. I saw Malden a couple weeks ago. I guess that's the name of the girl who sings up at the Fuchsia Flamingo. I haven't seen her in action. I remember this scarf. And the perfume on it. Young, blonde girl. Came in here a while ago. In fact, she came in here with the guy in the photograph. She was real pretty, though a little heavy on the makeup. I think she said her name was Emily. I don't know anything else about her. I don't like to talk bad about people, so I got nothing to say about Nilo. I just saw him talking to you. That's about it. He took over the electronics shop when Ham left. I've been meaning to go introduce myself. Rook's just an ordinary son of a gun, but believe it or not, he's pretty soft underneath. What are you asking about me for? I ain't nothing special. Chelsea's the sweetest girl I've ever met. There's nothing I'd like more than to see you two together. You're okay in my book, Mike, no matter what anyone else says.
Coco Cabana was just opened by a reformed bum named Clint. I met him during my last case when he was living in a dumpster in an alley behind Rook's pawn shop.
Yeah.
I thought I'd just come by, check out your place. Maybe order myself a snack. How about a vanilla shake?
Vanilla's for pansies. The only thing I serve here is pure creamy chocolate. And if that's too strong for you, well then get lost.
Okay, well, let's see the menu. Oh, your house special looks interesting. Clint's enchanting chocolate chili. Does that come con carne?
Read the sign again, bonehead. It says, sorry, no carne. Besides, I'm all out of the chocolate chili. Sorry.
Tell you what, why don't you surprise me? I'd like something tasty, but not too rich.
Sorry, I happen to be out of everything at the moment. In fact, I was just about to close up for the day. So unless you have something important on your mind, well, why don't you just run along? Nope. Drawing a complete blank. Emily? Yeah, you must be talking about the girl who sings at the Flamingo. She's come by here a couple times with a gigantic guy named Gus Leach. He runs the Fuchsia Flamingo, and he might be Emily's boyfriend. They come by every once in a while and order the bliss on a biscuit. Actually, now that you mention it, the last time those two were here, Leach dropped a key under his seat, and I didn't find it until after they left. I've been meaning to run it down to the Flamingo, but if you're gonna go that way, drop it off for me. Oh, I wish I could help you. Can't say I've heard of it. Did you know that there's some kind of secret door that comes out of Rusty's funhouse over by the warehouse? I saw the cops open it when they were there last week. Oh, I wish I could help you. It's a warehouse. What do you want me to say? Everyone thought I was nuts until that lunatic moved into the neighborhood. Totally unfamiliar to me. That's Emily's stage name. This scarf belongs to Emily. Love that perfume. Smells almost as good as fresh chocolate. Nilo? An open sore on the face of humanity. At one point I had to choose between living at the Ritz and living in the dumpster. I took the lesser evil. Oh, I wish I could help you. He's that new guy running the electronics shop. He's that new guy running the electronics shop. That blood-sucking tightwad. He wanted me to pay rent for living in the dumpster outside of his pawn shop. That guy's a real gem. Hell of a cook. Chelsea's a nice girl. But whatever happened between us was over long ago. Don't let the torch she still carries for me stand in your way. All right. You brought me a chocolate pie when I was on the skids. I'm indebted to you for the rest of my life. You're a god. Happy?
So Emily works at the Flamingo with someone named Gus Leach. Now that I got the key, maybe I should go ahead and pay him a little visit.
All right, yeah, Tex basically said what I was going to say. We got the key now, so we're going to go check out that place.
I can't imagine why you don't get as tired of bothering me as I get tired of you coming in here. So what do you want now? Well, if it wasn't for me, he'd still be camping out in the dumpster. I told him I was going to charge him rent, and he moved up to Coit Tower. Well, I don't know where he got the money to open his chocolate stand. He probably stole it. No. Next question. How should I know who that is?
This must be...
Didn't mean to wake you, Emily. I'm sorry. How did you get in here?
What is with that guy's face? Oh my goodness.
Well, I just came through the door over yonder. Heard your piano playing. Sounded mighty fine. Mighty fine.
Look, spare me the phony accent. I don't know how you got in here, but we're closed. And even if we were open, this is a private club, and I know you don't have a membership.
Well then, I guess maybe I ought to get a membership.
I doubt you could afford it. For you, it's $5,000. Still interested?
Sounds reasonable. Do you take two-party checks?
Look, I don't care how you get the money. Just cash the check first. What's that smell?
I'm not sure. But my best guess is, this is what you're smelling. Oh, it's not mine. Really.
Where'd you get this?
Well, I found it next door at the Ritz. That's where I live, and I've been trying to find out who it belongs to.
I'll make sure it gets to the right person. Now, why don't you run along before I call the cops?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think Mr. Leach and I hit it off pretty darn well. At least he told me what I wanted to know. Emily lives at the Flamingo. Now I'll just have to find another way into the club, get past that big mutant. Maybe Chelsea could help. Seems to me she mentioned having a membership to the club. If she's home, I'll apologize and see if she'll go out for a drink with me. Maybe at the Fuchsia Flamingo.
Okay, so apparently I missed something. I never opened the nightstand drawers. Let's do that.
Now there's no lock on the drawer. This looks like a pawn ticket of some kind. Looks like Rook did some business with Mr. Malloy. I wonder if Rook could let me redeem this receipt. Who am I kidding? He'll do anything if the price is right. Door will take you.
Back again, Murphy. If you're here to ask for another loan, you can forget it.
I need to redeem this receipt.
You didn't pawn this.
Well, how much is it? Look, I'm willing to pay extra.
$200. Yep, plus $50 for it not being your receipt.
Well, I hope my new purchase will help me out. So this is the item Malloy pawned. I'm no expert, but this thing looks pretty ancient. Wonder where it came from. Envelope. Whoever wrote this has worse penmanship than I do. Either that or it's written in some weird language. Nothing.
How's your case coming along? Anything I can do to help? Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's written in Yucatec. It's a Mayan language spoken in southern Mexico. I can't help you with the translation, though. You know who might be able to help you is Clint. I heard he's quite a world traveler. You might give it a try. You're okay in my book, Mike.
I heard you're working on some kind of mystery. I'd like to meet the sap that hired you.
You know, I'm in such a good mood, I think I'll just ignore that comment. How about answering a few questions? Louis told me that you might be able to help me out.
Ah, how's that?
Well, he says you're quite a world traveler. Tell me what you make of this.
Let's see. Ah, yeah, here it is. The cheese factory is on fire. Hell, I can't read any of that crap. Jesus, I tell Louis I went to Tijuana a couple times and now what? Suddenly I'm Marco Polo?
This door leads into the warehouse. What's this? It's a crate with Thomas Malloy's name stenciled right on the side. I'll need to move it out of that tight corner before I can open it. What's this? I'll need to move. These crates are all rotting comfortably. Sheesh. The way my luck's been going, this will probably be my next apartment. These crates are. More barrels of toxic waste. I guess it's. These are either oxygen tanks or artillery shells. Arr, well. Sword looks pretty sharp. It's probably the reason for the peg leg. Must belong to the guy with a hook. Well, blow me down. It's a Lucky Pierre signature souvenir pirate hat. Arr, a peg leg. I hope all the prosthetic devices didn't belong to the same pirate. A control box. The slots on the trolley are lined up with the ring on top of Malloy's crate. Now I just need to find something to connect them with. That ought to do the trick. What's this? Looks like something fell out of Malloy's crate.
Alright, we have a map here of Southeast Asia. Let's see what else is in his crate, shall we? Let's get a good look.
Plains of Nazca. I don't see any airplanes. That statue looks like something from Easter Island. A set of encyclopedias. It's a rug or a wall hanging. Well, this is certainly an interesting design. I wonder what type of symbols these are. This stored gear looks like surveyor's equipment. Malloy must have been a pretty versatile guy. I've known Lieutenant Mac Malden for years, and occasionally we help each other out. Like a few months ago, when I gave Mac a tip on finding Rusty the Clown's body in the funhouse down the street from the Ritz.
Well, as I live and breathe, it isn't Tex Murphy, my little PI pal.
Hey, what's your arm doing in a sling? Isn't it usually your butt?
You're a funny guy, Murphy. You know, I sprained my elbow beating the hell out of a guy just 'cause he reminded me of you.
Injured in the line of duty, huh? That must be why they made you Cop of the Month.
Cop of the month. Whoop-de-doo. I got a monogrammed nightstick and an all-you-can-eat dinner at Jolly John's House of Grub. Though I do suppose I owe you one for helping me find Rusty's remains at the funhouse. So what do you want? Don't know anything about him. Well, there are some things I don't know about. Don't know anything about him. You think I know everyone in this town? Sorry. You think I know everyone in this town? No can do, Murphy. We found Rusty's remains in there thanks to your tip. Sure was good to close a case on a damn clown. I'm not sure who owns the place now, but I still got the key. Can't help you with that. We found Rusty's remains in there thanks to... You think I know everyone in this town? Don't know anything about him. I'm doing just fine. Now that Joanne's left me, it's like a whole new, beautiful world. You think I know everyone in this town? Don't know anything about... You think I know everyone in this town? Don't know... I met him when we were investigating the pawn shop robberies. Seemed like a decent guy. Louis makes the best chili in town. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit in with my new low-fat, high-fiber diet. You think I know... You're not my type, if that's what you're asking. Sure. After the tip you gave me, I suppose the least I can do is loan you the key.
Well, Mac gave me the key to open the cop lock, but he didn't tell me how to deactivate it. Oh well. I'll just have to figure it out. The 4 nodes on the left have to link up with the 4 nodes on the right. The connections can't intersect or the cop lock resets. Poor Rusty. Probably burning in hell right now. Looks like some local hooligans have been in here. An impressive selection of masks and wigs, designed to suit your every mood. I wonder what this pedal-looking thing does. I wonder what this... These posters tell you more than you'd ever care to know about film processing. These posters tell you more than you'd ever care to know about film processing. Right about the time Grandpa started wearing Huggies, I used to switch one of these for his real dentures. A lot of good memories here. It's an old newspaper with Mac Malden named Policeman of the Week. Must have been a real slow week at the precinct. Man, this fake doggy do looks real enough to step in. Man, this fake stuff looks so real. It'll make a great gag. Can you imagine the look on somebody's face when I... Hey, wait a second. Oh, sick! Those police dogs were in here. Sorry, Mac, but first things first.
Whoops.
Rubber chickens. They make me think of Grandma's rubber chicken pot pies. Oh, now here's a classic. Fake vomit. This comes in handy when you don't want people taking the seat beside you. I once broke up with a girlfriend over a whoopee cushion. Literally. I wonder why Rusty would keep this copy machine hidden. Unless he was using it to... I don't even want to think about that. I wonder why Rusty would keep this copy machine hidden. This ladder leads to the roof of the funhouse. There's a door built into these bricks. Ventilation pipes. That trapdoor. Ventilation. Metal stairway looks sturdy enough. I could use a cooling unit like this in my office. Nilo's too cheap to put in air conditioning. I'd think this rickety water tower hadn't been used in years, except for the shiny new padlock on the tower door. Looks like a Meister lock. Top of the line, they're uncuttable and unbreakable. Without the padlock key, there's no way to get inside that water tower. Well, I won't be able to get into the water tower without a key. Well, this must be where the local air traffic dumps their garbage.
Okay, we're gonna pay Chelsea a visit and see if she will forgive us and understand that we were knocked out and couldn't make the date.
When I get to Chelsea's apartment at the Four Gables, there's a knot in my stomach as big as a cantaloupe. She's probably convinced I stood her up. I'll be lucky if she even talks to me.
Hi. You're just a little late, aren't you?
Okay, I know this looks really bad, and you're probably really upset with me.
You're damn right I'm upset. I didn't deserve to be stood up.
It's not what you think, Chelsea. I was working on this case and I got jumped by someone. I was out cold the whole time I was supposed to be here.
Oh, I have heard a lot of lame excuses, but this has got to be the worst one ever.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. I was out for like 16 hours.
And why should I believe you?
I told you before, Chelsea, I am crazy about you. And I'd do anything to make you crazy about me. I couldn't help not being here last night. But if you're not going to believe me, we might as well call it quits right now. I mean, we'll never get anywhere if you can't take me at my word.
You're right. I'm sorry. I was just really looking forward to seeing you, and well, then you didn't come, and well, I figured you'd changed your mind.
For a long time now, I've had a hankering to grab you, jump onto old Tumbleweed, and ride off into the sunset.
Whoa! Slow down, buckaroo. I don't know if I'm ready for this whole sunset thing. Let's start with dinner and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Maybe this time I should cook. I make a mean peanut butter and banana sandwich.
I'm really not hungry, Tex. Let's do it another time. I'm taking a few days off from the newsstand, but I'll call you and we'll decide when. I feel like a mess, and boy, do I really need to get some sleep. And I am sorry that I got so upset with you. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
Aww, I think that went swimmingly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Fuchsia Flamingo proudly presents your entertainment.
I fly back home and walk over to the front door of the Flamingo. Luckily, someone other than Leach is checking the memberships. I get a nice older couple to sponsor me, and I'm in like Flynn. Looks like Lucy Love is wearing the scarf I gave to Leach. Nice to meet you, Emily. Now I just gotta figure out how to get a minute of your time. Unfortunately, Leach hasn't taken his eyes off me since I sat down. He's probably wondering how I got in. I better get a move on before he throws me out. As soon as he gives me an opening, I'll see if I can slip upstairs to Emily's apartment.
hear me, now scream. I mean it.
Hold on. I just need to talk to you for a minute.
What do you want?
My name's Tex Murphy. I'm looking for Thomas Malloy.
I know you.
Have we met?
No, you're a detective, right? Listen, I have to get ready for my next set. Why don't you have a seat right over here? I've heard you can help people.
Well, I do my best.
You think you can help me?
Well, it depends on the problem.
I think someone's gonna murder me.
Why would you think that?
It started a couple days after Thomas left. I got a weird call. Someone asking where Thomas had gone. I told them I didn't know, and they hung up. A couple days later, I found a note in my room. After I read it, I was so scared. I told Gus. He told me not to worry about it. That it was just some freak who gets off on scaring women. But I know it's not like that. It's serious.
Oh, this sounds like something the police ought to handle.
Gus says he'll protect me. He doesn't want the police or anyone else taking care of me. I know he means well. But sometimes... But he's always been so good to me. I don't know what to do.
I'll need to take a look at the note, if you still got it.
I do. But I tore it up after I read it. I was gonna throw it away, but I decided to save it and give it to the police.
Good girl. Now, have you received any calls or messages like this since then?
No. But I feel like someone's watching me.
I'll check that out. By the way, could you tell me your real name?
Emily. Emily Sue Patterson.
Listen, Emily, I'll do what I can. But you gotta promise me that you'll tell me everything about Dr. Malloy.
Well, that's probably fair. I think I can trust you. Why are you looking for him?
Actually, I was hired by a friend of his to find him.
Hey, Emily, you're on it. What the hell are you doing in here?
Gus, it's okay. He just came up for an autograph picture. I'll be right
Get the photo
down.
another time. Get the hell out.
We were done anyway. Good night, Lucy.
Don't bother going back to your table. Just keep on walking right out of my club. If I see the flamingo again, I'll break your legs.
Well, my bar tab's on the table. Guess that means the drinks are on you. Night, Leech.
Men are imbeciles, women are erratic. Is this any good?
Well, not really. The guy generalizes too much, and I think all people who generalize are idiots.
Well, I'll have to cross that off my list of things to do.
So, to what do I owe this pleasant, yet entirely unprecedented visit?
Oh, you know how we women are. I've just been thinking things over again.
I think you do enough thinking for both of us.
Yeah, well, I finally reached a firm decision. I think. Something you said the other day has stuck in my head. You know, you told me that if I left, that you'd still be here when I got back. Did you mean that?
Listen, Chelsea. I've been like a rabbit in heat whenever I was near you for a long time now. But if there's one thing I've learned from you, it's patience. I can wait for you to come around.
It's nice to hear. I've decided I need a break. Time to decide what I want to do with the rest of my life. There's just one thing I need to ask you before I go. Tell me what you think about love. You know, romantic love.
Falling in love is like bungee jumping. Except the other person gets to hook up the bungee cord and you can't check to see if it's fastened to anything.
Sounds like you're not too interested in trying it again.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just I've got to be more careful this time. Same thing if I ever do the bungee thing again. Next time I won't eat a whole plate of nachos right before I jump.
Oh, I feel the same way. Oh, about being careful and not rushing into anything. Although, I must admit, of late, I've had some pretty strong impulses about you.
Tell me about these impulses.
Okay, Doctor, I've had this urge to do something like... Wait, can't do this. It just could be too dangerous.
But I like danger. I like acrobatic danger right here on...
Look, Tex, I am really attracted to you. I mean, like, really. In fact, lately I've even been imagining what it would be like to, you know. And, well, that's why I need to take this trip to Phoenix, to make sure I'm thinking with my head. Oh, I can't guarantee anything, but when I come back, don't be surprised if I come looking for you, Mr. Murphy. And you better be ready.
Man, I can't decide if Chelsea's really interested or if she just likes torturing me. Either way, I think I'll take a nice cool shower and get back to work. Maybe looking at the note Emily gave me last night will help keep my one-track mind off Chelsea.
So we finally met Emily, and she gave us some note scraps. So what I want to do is piece together the note she gave us to see what it says. And there's also the cabin that we learned about from the letter we found in Dr. Malloy's room. So I would also like to go and investigate that. So that is my goal now. We're going to check out the letter and go visit the cabin. The note is scrambled, so in this puzzle we're going to have to unscramble it. Is there a way to rotate these? I'm not sure. Let me see. Can I? There we go. Okay, with the arrow keys.
Well, Emily Stalker was careful not to leave anything traceable on this note. The only distinctive thing about it is the black arrow symbol.
All right, we put it together. It says, I'm watching you. I take pictures. Be afraid. Oof.
Make it quick, Murphy. I got about 1 million things to do. And wasting time on you ain't one of them.
You know, Mac, I've been worried about your health. You seen those juicer machines on TV? Well, I bought one, and it really works. You probably could do with a nice cabbage and jicama blend.
What'd you do? Quit the PI business and sign up with Robco? I don't want to buy a damn juicer. And I don't like wise guys coming in my office and bothering me. So ask me your questions and get out.
Take a look at this note.
Damn. Did you get this?
I got it from a client. What can you tell me about it?
You ever hear about the Black Arrow Killer?
It's vaguely familiar, but refresh my memory.
Oh no, you're on your own in this one. You take care of yourself. That's dangerous territory. Most of what I know came from the papers. I know there's a rumor around that the Black Arrow Killer has moved out here. I don't know any more than what I've told you. There are a lot of perverts running around these days. We can't keep tabs on all of them. Sorry. Well, there are some things I don't know about.
David Wright's cabin is out in the middle of nowhere. The place appears to be totally abandoned. The door's unlocked, but as soon as I step inside, I sense something wrong. Like I'm just about to open a carton of milk that's been sitting out in the sun too long.
We've made it to the cabin. We're gonna look around and see what we can find here.
These pieces of paper are wrinkled, as if they were wet at some time. Those big red spots look like blood splatters. Bookcase doors. Interesting. These books look like they've been tossed around, like somebody was rifling through them. Bookcase. These books look... Book. These books look... Books in the... Well, someone must have been here regularly because no one would have live plants if they weren't going to take care of them. These plants are so dried up, they must have been dead for a while. Interesting. I bet this will run on my computer back at the office. Whoever came through here to straighten up missed the lamp. Well, someone must have been here regularly because no one would have live... This window looks like it's been broken for a while. I'd guess the cabin's been unoccupied ever since, or someone would have covered the hole. Couch looks like a family heirloom. That basket's empty. Nice supply of firewood. That's an interesting picture. Some sort of ancient temple. This must be Mr. Wright, the owner of the cabin. And this door's jammed shut. The rag's got brown stains all over it. No, that's blood. Nice supply of firewood.
I do not have a good feeling about this, guys. There's too much blood around in here.
Nice wad of paper. This tree probably died years ago. Makes quite a conversation piece, though. Door's got several holes by the handle. They could be bullet holes. A nice view. Seems like a strange place to hang a painting. A security keypad. I guess whatever's behind the door must be important.
I don't think we have the combination for this door, so we cannot open it yet. But what we can do is go back to...
This door's locked, and I don't see a place for a key. Must be hooked up to some type of keyless entry system.
We can go back to Tex's office and check out what's on that CD. Maybe it will give us a clue. There we go. That's the password for the door, I think. I hope. Oh, what's this? The Maya standalone early Mesoamerican culture. Evidence. Okay. 5,000 years, some contents and just tables. Cycles of planet Venus, highly scholarly and would have been meaningful only to trained astronomical experts. Their knowledge is even more amazing in light. There's a reason these things are highlighted. Found that my culture, outsiders come from. All this is about the Mayans. Tower of Babel. Oh, look, this came out next year. January 2023. And if you're watching this in 2023, oh, this just came out this year. Good read, good read. Religious people. It's all about their culture, what they believed, the kind of people they were. Okay. Well, we have the info to get into that room, so let's go back to the cabin and see what's behind that door.
Security key.
Okay. So I did not want to show what was in this room because I just thought it was a little too icky for my channel, but I will give you a brief synopsis. There was a film reel I found that I put in the projector that I'm standing next to right here, and it was, you know, obviously a fake alien autopsy, and the alien didn't make it. And we found the man who owned the cabin in the floorboard down below, and I just don't wish to show that. I think it's a little too overkill. So, but yes, the guy who owned this cabin is very deceased, and there is footage of alien autopsy. And that's all we found here, and we're going to move on and never ever come back into this room ever again. Ever. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We go home now. Okay, we go home. We go home.
Wife, you just missed Chelsea. She stopped in to say goodbye. She's apparently off to Arizona. Is everything okay with you two?
Well, let's see. Chelsea came by my office and redefined the word frustration for me. Now she's off to Phoenix. Yeah, I'd say things are going pretty well.
That's kind of what I figured. She looked happier than I've seen her in quite a while.
And so, of course, she leaves town just when things are picking up steam. Man, I just don't get her.
Well, she and I talked for a bit. She's having a rough go of it.
Well, maybe I'm just not in touch with my feminine side, but what exactly is so rough?
Well, it's part you, part turning 30. I told her everyone goes through a phase like this. I haven't yet. Of course, I'm still young. I'm 58 and I still ain't ready to settle down. Tell me, Mife, you ever been truly in love with someone?
Well, I've always had this thing for Jane Mansfield.
You know what it is, Mife? Chemicals. Up in your brain. We got these chemicals going bananas.
Yeah, so? I mean, what's your point?
My point is, falling in love don't mean a lot. What's hard is knowing someone real well and still liking them. But that ain't even the hardest thing. The hardest thing is finding someone you can trust. Remember that. Now, I'll get off my soapbox. What can I do for you? I remember reading about the Black Arrow Killer. Someone was covering the story in the Bay City Mirror. You want to find copies of the Black Arrow Killer articles? I throw out all my old papers, but Rook sometimes holds on to his. Keeps them in the alley back at the pawn shop. I remember reading about out of my league on that one. I've heard talk that a stranger's been seen around the neighborhood for a while now. Of course, a lot of people come and go around here. I don't know anything else about her. I don't know nothing but English, and not much of that.
So, a Chelsea left town, eh? Well, I was wondering how long it'd take before you drive her out of the state.
Yeah, she had to leave so she could cool down. Being around me was making her way too hot.
Keep dreaming, Murphy. Dreams are healthy. So what are you here for? The Mirror is a fine publication. I try to save my copies so they can be recycled. Then the bums come while I'm sleeping and steal them. Probably using them for blankets. I read about the Black Arrow Killer in the newspaper. But why are you asking me about him? He was arrested in Nevada some time ago. You expect me to know about that? I've heard that a stranger's been seen lurking around the neighborhood lately. I figured it was just you getting your jollies. No. Next question. As a matter of fact, I just received a large number of reference books from an estate. If I'm not mistaken, one of the books was titled Yucatec Made Easy. You can buy it if you'd like, $30.
Well, I hope my new purchase will help me out. If Louis was right, this book should help me figure out what the letter says. Garbage can. Man, seems like I have to go through Rook's garbage at some point in every case I take. A dirty, rotten job. Well, here's an old issue of the Bay City Mirror.
I can't imagine why you don't get as tired of bothering me as I get tired of you coming in here. What do you want now? I remember Lucia Purnell. Quite a strong-willed young woman. She works for the Bay City Mirror and came to interview me right after my shop was broken into. I have her business card here if you want to contact her.
All right, we're going to talk to Lucia Purnell and see what kind of information she can give us.
This is a private number.
Yeah, I know. This is Lucia Purnell, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm Purnell. Who are you?
I'd rather not discuss that over the vid phone. Can you meet me somewhere?
I do a lot of stupid things for a good story, but I gotta draw the line somewhere. No thanks.
Well, that didn't go very well. Maybe I should try it again.
If you don't have a good reason for calling me back, I'll have the cops at your place before you disconnect. So get to the point.
I have a client who's being stalked. The MO points to it being the Black Arrow Killer.
Look, I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but there are a lot of copycats out there. I need something stronger than a similar MO before I'd get involved.
I've got a note that might be from the Black Arrow Killer.
Okay, let's meet. I can tell you whether it's the real thing or not.
I live in the old city on Chandler Avenue. There's a diner close by called the Brew and Stew. Let's meet there.
I know the place. I'll be there in 15 minutes. By the way, what did you say your name was?
Tex Murphy. That's T-E-X.
I got it.
All right, looks like we're gonna meet up with her and figure some stuff out about this Black Arrow Killer. So let's see what happens.
Well, I hope I didn't take you away from anything important.
Nah, just a fight with my editor. Can't even remember what we argued about.
Well, don't worry, because I'm not here to start a fight.
Truth is, I piss people off, usually the wrong people.
Well, at least we got that in common.
Good. Now, you said you had a note?
Yeah.
Where'd you get this?
I got it from a client.
Your client's in danger, Murphy. How much do you know about the Black Arrow Killer?
Killed a few people in the Southwest a couple of years ago, and then a girl around here got killed recently.
You know, Malden might know more than he's letting on. Then again, he might not. Of course, if he did, I doubt he'd tell you. He's not that stupid.
I'm not so sure about that. Look, why don't you fill me in on a few details, and then I can be certain.
It's a long story.
Come on over to the booth and hear me.
You're slightly above average, aren't you?
Yeah, and many things.
Well, we'll just have to cut you down to size, won't we? When the first bodies turned up in Arizona in the summer of '41, the local police tried to keep the story off the wires. They didn't want the bad publicity. It wasn't until March of '42, when 3 other victims were found, that the story really broke big. Turned out the killer in all 5 cases had the same MO. He sent notes to his victims before murdering them. I had a chance to see one of those notes. It was exactly like this one.
Had the Black Arrow, all that?
Right, and the block lettering, same words, everything. You probably know cases like this can spawn copycat murders. For that reason, the police didn't release copies of the notes to the media.
Well, so they could differentiate between the copycat killer and the real killer.
Exactly. Anyway, the Black Arrow Killer racked up 2 more victims in Nevada before the police finally caught up with him. At that point, the FBI moved in and media coverage evaporated. The name of the guy they arrested was Leroy Kettler. The night they booked him, he hung himself in his cell with a shoelace. Funny thing is, he was wearing cowboy boots.
Now that's a little hard to explain.
After things cooled off, I went down there and interviewed a few people, including an inmate who told me that 2 men in suits went to Kettler's cell the night before he hung himself. I'm pretty sure they were NSA.
NSA? What would the National Surveillance Agency be doing messing around with a serial killing case? More than that, why would they kill Kettler?
Maybe he was a fall guy. Or maybe Kettler really was the serial killer and the feds just didn't want the case resolved. Regardless, there was a cover-up.
Mac Malden said there was another case around here. How does that tie in?
It doesn't. The girl was a grad student at San Francisco Tech. There was no indication that she was receiving threatening notes, and there was nothing out of the ordinary before she was murdered. Oddly enough, the police found a note in her room. At that point, the feds moved in and took over.
That girl, what was her name?
Collins. Sandra Collins. You know something I ought to know?
I'm not sure.
Now, there's no chance that you can give me the name of your client?
You know I can't do that. But I'll tell you what. If I find out who's stalking my client, you're gonna get a scoop out of this.
That's a fair deal. By the way, have you heard of a place called Autotech?
Don't think so.
Might be worth checking into. Oh, and Murphy, one more thing. When I was following this story in Nevada, I met a guy just like you, a PI. He asked a lot of questions, too. A week later, he had a tag on his toe. Suicide, I think.
Brunel certainly gave me a lot to think about. What's the common denominator between Fitzpatrick, Malloy, Kettler, and this young woman, Sandra Collins? Too few details, too many implications. The bottom line is, whoever sent the note to Emily's for real, and she's in danger. Brunel mentioned a place called Autotech. Maybe that's a place to start. Somebody just jumped off the water tower on the roof of Rusty's funhouse. Dressed all in black. Maybe Emily wasn't just imagining that someone was watching her.
Okay, well, I think we need to go to Rusty's Funhouse right away and see what that was about. And then we're going to try to check out this Autotech place that Lucia told us about. Let's go.
Somebody left their coat here. It sure doesn't look like it's been here very long. I wonder if this jacket could have been left by that shadowy figure I saw up here earlier. Let's see what's in the pockets. A cufflink and torn pieces of a photograph. DH. Probably the monogram of the person I'm trying to find.
Oh boy, another scrambled puzzle. Let's unscramble it.
Looks like the exterior of Autotech, whatever that is. Well, Brunel seemed to think it was important. If I can examine this picture more closely, maybe I can find something that will help me figure out where this place is. Well, this doesn't look too complicated. Just insert whatever it is I want to examine, and click on the area I want to magnify. Looks like Autotech is located at 144 Barcelona. If I'm not mistaken, that's down in the industrial sector. I find the Autotech building without any problem, but all the doors require some kind of security card, which I don't have.
Guess what I found out? I got a source that told me Leroy Kettler signed a confession before he supposedly killed himself, only now it's like the confession never happened. No paperwork, no nothing.
So Kettler was the real Black Arrow killer?
Looks that way. Maybe the NSA found it useful for people to think that the killer's still on the loose. So why'd you call?
I just needed to ask you a few questions.
I can't. That's not in my area. There's nothing I'd like more than to light a fire under the National Surveillance Agency. It's like they say, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Autotech. Gee, that sounds familiar. Wish I could help you with it. I talked to her family after the murder, but they didn't have any useful information. If you want to give it a try, I'll give you the address. I talked to me? I'm an investigative reporter. I'd send my grandmother up the river for a hot story. I like working for the Mirror. It's small but respectable. Plus, they let me do what I want. I've told you everything I know. If I find out any other details, I'll pass them along. It looks authentic. I'd say your client's life is in danger. Could be the Black Arrow killer. Or maybe it's just someone pretending to be. Are you gonna ask me about every person you ever heard of? He was the guy living in the dumpster by Rook's pawn shop. I tried to interview him for details on the robbery, but he looked like he was going through some sort of drug withdrawal. I can't help you, but I'll check my sources. That's not in my area. I remember when Rusty disappeared. Big news. I hear they found the body right in the funhouse. Are you gonna ask me about every person you ever heard of? I can't help you, but I'll check my sources. Walden's like a bulldog. Stupid, but persistent. He's a pretty good contact. Doesn't ring a bell. Are you gonna ask me about... I can't help you, but I'll check my sources. I interviewed Rook after his pawn shop got broken into. Mean little bastard. We got along great. The Bruin stew is one of my favorite greasy spoons. Louie's a hell of a guy. And a pretty good source of information. I don't mean to come across as unfriendly, but I deal with a lot of imbeciles in this business. Don't take it personally.
The Collins residence is in the new city, in a nice middle-class neighborhood. Takes some explaining, but I finally get Mrs. Collins to let me look around her daughter's room. She tells me that nothing's been moved in the room since the police were here. Oh, nothing else. These plates certainly are happy. The shelves are filled with reference books, but it's nothing I'd be interested in. These papers lying all around don't appear to be very important. Looks like someone's gone through all the contents of these boxes. Looks like someone's... These papers. Typical sliding. Nothing too fascinating about these clothes. Nothing of interest in here. Now there's no lock. Looks like a copy of Sandra Collins' resume. Now the bed looks comfy, but there'll be plenty of time for a nap later. San Francisco Tech doesn't have any major sports teams. They probably wave these pennants during chess tournaments. Nothing in here but unmentionable. I have nothing in here but cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. And a silk gown. This sewing table appears to have had everything knocked off it. Nice plant. Ah, a color print from the Allen collection of Mayan art. Never heard of it. Wow, what have we here? Looks like it might be a credit card or an ID. An Autotech security card. I wonder if Sandra Collins worked at Autotech. No. Fitzpatrick said she worked at the college. Maybe this card was dropped by whoever killed her. The book must have been thrown on the floor. Nothing of interest. The shelves are filled with reference books. Evidently, nobody saw anything the night Sandra was murdered. It's hard to believe with all these houses so close by. Looks like someone's gone through all... Looks like someone's... These masks look vaguely ominous. Nothing very interesting about this desk lamp. Autotech is housed in a nondescript building in the industrial sector. I go around to a side door and slip the card through the scanner. The door clicks open and I find myself in an empty lobby. Apparently, the employees aren't hat wearers. These look like security monitors. That's an interesting piece of machinery. Wow. An ashtray inside an office building. Scandalous. It's a card marked Visitor's Pass. It's a visitor's pass. Yeah, typical office furniture. Built for longevity, not comfort. Either somebody accidentally left their hairbrush here, or Autotech provides grooming tools as part of their customer service. A PC magazine. I wonder why they don't provide any decent reading material like True Detective or Highlights. This door appears to be locked from the other side. The scanner requires a security card and a code number. Looks like I'll need to find a special card and passcode before I can open that. The door to the reception area is locked. Yeah, poor quality office. Looks like a desk. This It's a clipboard with what appears to be check-in codes written on it. Unfortunately, the writing's too small for me to make out, and I can't quite reach it. This cord... From looking at this clipboard, I'd guess that every visitor at Autotech is given their own access code. Dag Horton. The cufflink I found had the initials DH. Doesn't sound like anyone's in the office. A little Bo Peep. If I can unlock these drawers, I might get a little more information on the Black Arrow Killer. If I can unlock these... I'll have to keep my eyes open for the key to this drawer. If I can unlock... The bookcase is full of reference books. Nothing too interesting. This guy seems to have a microphone fetish. This guy seems... A music CD player. I guess even cold-blooded killers enjoy a good tune now and again. Well, at least I've got the name of the Black Arrow Killer. Now I just need to find him and stop him before he gets to Emily. I king-size ashtray. A perfect place for llama butts. One of these guys must be Horton. Now I'll be able to recognize him. Wow, this must be where the Black Arrow Killer hangs his hat. Slick Molson. Looks like a hairy Clint Eastwood. Mickey the Moose. Wanted for pandering and illegal organ donation. This looks like the collectible Patty Hearst wanted poster. Wow, this must be where the Black Arrow Killer hangs his hat. Angel Darling. Wanted for murder, armed robbery, and smoking in a federal building. It looks like a chair. Inside the Microphone Cartel. Oh yeah, I remember reading about this book, but for some reason it never got published. Looks like a sticky note. I wonder if this Gary Lee and Crazy Gary could be one and the same. Maybe I should check into the alley in back of the Golden Gate Hotel. These desk drawers don't appear to be locked. Looks like the same kind of junk I keep in the top drawer on my desk. Looks like these desk drawers don't. A necklace, huh? Horton must keep it here for special occasions. Unless I miss my guess. It looks like the Black Arrow Killer took a little memento from his last victim. I've got these desk drawers. I've got all I need from here. This key looks like it might go to a padlock. Kind of a lame hiding place for a key. Music seat. Well, that doesn't seem to. Well. A llama matchbook tin. I'd walk a kilometer for a llama. A llama cigarette tin. I'd walk a kilometer for a llama. Two of these surveillance photos show Emily in the Flamingo. The others must be of Sandra Collins. I've heard about it.
And in addition, rejoining your frequent inquiries has produced in me a sensation of dehydration. Perhaps soon you will consider making an additional offering? Yes, that is my name. Though I am aware that it is not the name I am known by. Yes, I know him. He came to me bearing a bottle of exquisite scotch. In exchange, I was to watch to see what deliveries were made to the Fuchsia Flamingo nightclub. Earlier today, I spoke with him and told him that I saw a package delivered yesterday. He was very pleased. For your information, only minutes ago, I saw a light in the water tower above Rusty's funhouse.
I climbed the ladder to the water tower trapdoor and used the padlock key from Horton's office on the Meister lock. The key fits like a glove. Looks like whoever was here had a set of permanent markers and too much free time. This looks like some kind of viewing device. Unless I miss my guess, it's pointed right at Emily's apartment window.
What are you doing? Late! There is somebody up in Emily's room. Look, I've had it with you. You're gonna carry me out of a stretcher. I swear to God, if you don't let me go, he's gonna kill her.
You better be on the level.
Are you okay?
Yes.
I gotta catch that guy.
Hey!
I take the back stairs of the Flamingo down to the street. Maybe I can still catch the Black Arrow killer before he gets out of the neighborhood. That door will take... Listen, Rook, I'm looking for a man. He's dressed all in black and he just attacked a girl over at the Flamingo. Have you seen him?
Yes, I heard a noise outside my shop. When I went out to look, I caught a glimpse of a black figure. A moment ago, I heard a noise on top of my roof, but I don't know how it could have got...
Get back up here. I'm not through with you yet. You picked the wrong PI to screw with today, pal.
Well, well. It isn't Mr. NSA alumnus Dag Horton. I have the strangest feeling he's not the real Black Arrow killer. I'm missing part of the picture here, but what is it? And what's the connection to Malloy? The cops show up right after I get a peek under Dag Horton's mask. They take my statement, then ask if I'd like to come and try the new coffee blend down at the station. I happen to know their coffee tastes like llama spit, but they're just being civil. When we get to the police station, I'm escorted into Mac Malden's office.
You don't say. Yeah? Who told you that? Did you know the guy you threw off the roof?
I didn't throw anybody off the roof, okay? Like I told your lackeys out there, we were rollerblading. Things got out of hand, he jammed his wheel, and the next thing I know...
You seem to forget I'm a cop, and I'm a tired, pissed off cop. If you keep getting on my nerves, I can put you in a drunk tank. I can do this whole thing again tomorrow. So, you chase the guy up to Rusty's funhouse. Then what?
Well, there was a black Avatar speeder up on the roof waiting for the guy. I jumped him, and we struggled, but he went right over the top.
We got a witness says the attacker was carrying a box when he ran from the Flamingo. We didn't find it. You know anything about that?
No. I've told you everything I know.
All right, Murphy. You can go. Your story matches up. Right? There's one more thing. The NSA is getting involved in this. They're interested in that missing box. They're gonna want to talk to you. Don't get too smart on this one, Murphy. You're in way over your head.
Thanks for the tip.
Oh, you're welcome. One more thing.
Oh, man, this is not where you're going to tell me. Stick around in town. We might have to ask you some more questions. How many times have you told me that over the last 10 years? This case is getting way too complicated. There's a connection between Horton, the NSA, and the box Horton stole from Emily's apartment. But what is it? The NSA getting involved worries me. And then there's that gorgeous woman who got me off the hook. Who's she? I guess I need a plan of action. But first I need to talk to Emily and find out what she knows about Malloy. And then about the box Horton stole from her apartment. Sheesh, it's gonna be a busy day.
Just the man I wanted to talk to. I understand the Black Arrow killer struck for the last time. Care to make any comment?
Yeah, I've got a name for you. Dag Horton.
Thanks for the lead. I'll see what I can find out about this Horton guy. This could be just what I need to top off my story on the Black Arrow killer cover-up.
Yeah, I'm sure the NSA is just gonna love it.
Yeah, I know.
Wow, well, what a turn of events. First, we went to the tech place. We saw Dag's office. And then we came back to town and we saved Emily from dying and killed the Black Arrow impersonator, you could say, because we don't believe that is the true Black Arrow killer. But Dag did take on the role of him for some reason. And he has now deceased. We were in the office with the detective dude with the ponytail, and then we saw this mysterious woman. And now we have a lot of stuff to figure out, but we also have a message here, so let's see what it is.
Well, I arrived safe and sound in Phoenix. It's almost as hot here as it was in your apartment the other day. Well, I just called to say hi, so hi.
Aww, that's so sweet. All right, let's get back to investigating.
Come on in. Glad you came by. Have you had any problems with the cops?
No, nothing serious.
You want a drink?
Sure.
Bourbon. Straight up, right?
Right. How'd you guess?
Physiognomy. It's a hobby of mine. You can tell almost anything about a person by their facial features.
So I guess I have a bourbon face.
Something like that. Listen, Murphy, I've got to apologize for the other night. See, that note that Emily got shook me up pretty bad. Though, I didn't want her to know I was worried.
Well, don't sweat it. I guess I kind of have a distrustful face. Of course, that'd be your department.
Well, I do want to thank you. You saved Emily's life.
So she's okay?
She's pretty rattled. But she isn't hurt. If you'd come in any later than you did. She's upstairs, sleeping it off.
I'm fine, Gus. I couldn't sleep anymore. Gus told me what you did. I don't know how to thank you.
Well, I guess we cut it pretty close, but I'm glad you're okay.
Thanks.
Listen, Emily, it's not too much trouble. I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
Come on, Murphy. She's been through enough already. Cops grilled her last night. Let's let it rest for a while.
It's okay, Gus. I owe him. A couple more questions isn't gonna hurt me. Go ahead, Tex. Thomas is my husband.
Pardon me for being stupid, but let me get this straight. You're Thomas Malloy's wife?
Yeah, we were married about a year ago.
So where's your husband?
I don't know.
Well, do you have any idea why he doesn't want you to know where he is?
No. He just said it'd be better for me. Safer for me. I honestly don't know why he left.
Okay, what? That is Mr. Malloy's wife? The man we're looking for, that's his wife? Okie dokie.
Gus bought this place last year. He spent a lot of time and money fixing it up. When it was done, he couldn't afford to hire a house band. So I said I'd sing for him.
The man who attacked you last night took something from your apartment. Looked like a small box. Do you know what it was?
No. I mean, I don't know what was in it. I couldn't figure out how to open it.
How'd you get it?
Well, Thomas sent it to me. I don't know why anyone would want it.
How did it arrive?
Through some delivery service. It was wrapped in plain brown wrapper.
How'd you know Thomas sent it to you?
Well, I recognized the handwriting on the outside of the wrapper. It was just plain brown paper. I threw it out, I guess. I don't know where it is. I really don't know too many people around here. I heard Thomas mention that, but I don't know much about it. I'm afraid I'm not much help. I'm not very good with names. I haven't heard anything about that. It's not a very glamorous name. When I make it big, I'll change it to something more exciting. Oh, I met Clint. He has a chocolate stand up at the Coit Tower. He always gives me samples for free. Gus is an old friend. He's always taking good care of me. This is Thomas, all right. I'm so worried about him. He doesn't look well, does he? Sorry. Did you ask Gus? I'm not very... He was one of those cops that questioned me. He smelled like soy sauce. Oh, that's just a silly name Gus came up with. He didn't want anyone around here knowing my real name. He's the pig that works at the Ritz Hotel. When Thomas was staying there, I used to go visit. Nilo always made me feel cheap, the way he looked at me. I really don't know. Sorry. I'm not very... Louis owns a diner down the street. The stew and... I don't remember. I think she's the girl who works at a newsstand across the street. I haven't heard much about you, except that you're a good PI. No, thank you.
Actually, I'm feeling really beat. I'm gonna go back to bed. I'll see you guys later.
She's a real trooper, isn't she?
Yeah. Murphy, I really owe you. You ever need a favor? Just name it.
Thanks. Keep that in mind. Right now, I need as much information as I can get about Malloy.
I'll tell you what I know. If I knew where he was, I'd tell you. But I haven't heard from him for almost a month. I think I threw it out in the dumpster behind the club. It might still be there. I've always wanted to own a nightclub. I've put my heart and soul into this place. Any business you can send my way, I'd really appreciate. I checked out the box Emily received, but I couldn't figure out how to open it. Doesn't sound familiar. I've heard it's the most powerful agency in the government. A couple things Malloy told me made me think they're after him for some reason. Don't know. Sorry. Doesn't sound familiar. I read the paper. It's about the only mutant-run publication in the city. I think she's going to be okay. She's pretty resilient. Emily has a weak spot for chocolate, so we've gotten to know Clint pretty well. He's a strange one. Let's talk about something more interesting. Yeah, that's Malloy. Looks like it was taken recently. I don't know him. Doesn't sound familiar. He was one of the cops that questioned me and Emily. Can't say much else about him. I don't know him. Doesn't sound familiar. I don't know him. I bought a few things from the pawn shop when I was decorating the club. Bargaining with Rook is like removing a splinter. That's the big guy who runs the diner, right? Seems real friendly. And he makes some tasty grub. I gave Chelsea a complimentary membership. She's the kind of person I like to have in the club. You seem like a decent guy. I think we'll get along fine. As long as you keep your hands off Emily.
That looks like it could be the brown paper wrapper from the package Malloy sent to Emily. It's snagged up on the light post, though. Oh, there's no return address or name. But there has to be something here that will give me a lead to Malloy. Maybe I need to take a closer look. The microdot on the wrapper contains a PB meter number, probably some kind of postal code. Must identify which post office the package was sent from. Now I just need to find someone who would know which post office that is. This thing must have fallen out of Horton's pocket. Oh, this is a tracking device. Maybe Horton stashed the box he stole from Emily's apartment and was planning on using this to locate the box later. This operates the way most tracking devices do. The sound it emits will speed up the closer I get to the target. Oh, sure. Wonder what's hidden inside this. Whoa. A small device is attached to the box. I better take a... Oh, it's a Claiborne mine. I've read about these. To deactivate it, the red photons must be transferred to the left, and vice versa for the green. They're transferred by using the small shuttle that has 3 black stripes on it and is now on the red side. The transfer chamber must be powered by a red or green power cell, which is lighter color than the others. Red or green photons can be in the same chamber and in the shuttle, but if there's more of one color than the other, it creates an imbalance, and the shuttle won't transfer. Whoa. Oh. This reminds me of a Chinese puzzle box I had when I was a kid, except this one's made of unusual metal. This box has holes drilled all over the top. I'll need to find whatever goes in those holes in order to get this box open.
Uncle Sam wants to see you.
Oh man, this isn't about those parking tickets.
Shut up.
All right. My new acquaintance is a good deal less cordial than the police were earlier. I'm thrown into the back of a black Avatar speeder. A few minutes later, we fly into the industrial sector and land by a familiar building. Auto Tech. I'm led inside, straight to Jackson Cross's office.
Welcome, Mr. Murphy. Please make yourself comfortable. Do you know where you are?
Literally or metaphysically?
Let me rephrase the question. Do you know who I work for?
Well, I'm not sure. But it's probably an acronym.
This guy's a real joker, isn't he? Mr. Murphy, did you ever hear of the Graham Act? That's an executive order that was enacted about 40 years ago when the United States was having trouble with terrorist groups. It gives our agency carte blanche when dealing with internal security matters. So don't dick with me, Murphy. I'll pull out my gun and blow your face off.
Well then, I guess you work for the NSA.
Bravo. Give the man a big cigar. Now to the next question. Do you know why you're here?
Might have something to do with the guy who fell off the roof.
Your actions contributed to the death of an NSA agent, not to mention the small matter of interfering with an NSA investigation. Now you've got 1 minute to tell me all you know, or you'll find yourself the latest victim of the Graham Act.
A girl hired me to find out who was stalking her. I kept an eye on her place. I saw your guy in her apartment. I chased him to the roof. He pulled out a gun. He tried to shoot me. We struggled and he fell.
We've known for some time that high-level drug deals were going on at the Fuchsia Flamingo. That night, a shipment of euphoria was to be delivered. We had our agent at the girl's apartment to make the bust. Her life was never in any danger. You screwed up. I know that you're still holding something back. What is it?
Geez, I've told you everything I know and then some.
So that's it. There's nothing more you want to tell me about.
Oh, well, there is one more thing. Your agent found a small metal box at the Flamingo.
So you do have it. You should have said so in the first place. Now, do you want to tell us where it is?
I've got it right here. Take it.
so you beat us to the box. You impress me, Murphy. I'm gonna do you the favor of a lifetime. I'm gonna let you walk. But if I catch you meddling in NSA affairs one more time, I'm gonna put a bullet right in your eyeball. Is that clear? Get this pukehead out of my office. I'll be watching you, Murphy.
Yeah, this is good. You can drop me anywhere along here.
We will.
Whoa!
The NSA thugs are courteous enough to drop me off back at the Ritz. When I get to my apartment, I notice the door is slightly ajar. The government boys probably spent some time in my office looking for the box. Hello.
I hope you don't mind. The door was open.
Well, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
Mm-mm. Nice place you got here. Decorate it yourself?
No. My housekeeper just started on Prozac.
Have a seat.
Well, thank you.
So, aren't you gonna thank me?
You pulled my chestnuts out of the fire the other night, didn't you? I didn't get a chance to thank you because you left so quickly. I want to know why you did it.
Oh, I'm sure you have women doing all kinds of crazy things just to get your attention.
You don't know me very well, do you? When a woman pays attention to me, generally I'm so stunned, I don't do anything about it.
I doubt that very much. So you drink bourbon, huh?
Yeah, I can afford it.
Yamas.
Yamas. Sounds Greek to me.
That's Greek to everybody.
I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms.
Madsen. Regan Madsen. But I'd prefer you call me Regan.
Okay, Regan. You can call me Tex.
That's not your real name. What is it?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
Sorry. I gotta know somebody pretty thoroughly before I come clean on that one.
Well, then, maybe you should get to know me pretty thoroughly. So where's the box?
Box. Yeah, I got lots of boxes. What size do you need?
You know what I'm talking about.
I do not.
You like to play games, Tex. So do I. What's your angle?
I don't have an angle, Miss Madsen. My business is my own. I don't have a partner, and I don't like small talk. You're a very beautiful woman. Extremely beautiful woman. But that doesn't make any difference as far as I'm concerned.
Tough, too. I have a proposition for you. First of all, you should know, I didn't just stumble into this part of town by accident. I've been looking for somebody.
And who might that be?
Thomas Malloy.
I gotta find out about this guy. He knows all the beautiful women in town.
He's my father.
Oh.
I heard you were asking around about him, and I thought I'd see what you found out.
You said something about boxes.
Still playing the game? My father sent out several boxes lately. The NSA was closing in on him, and he started to panic. I'm not exactly sure what was in the boxes or however many he sent out, but whoever finds all those boxes is going to come into an ungodly amount of money.
So what's your proposition?
I've already got one of the boxes. You give me the one you have, and I'll cut you in on the deal. Help me locate the others, and we'll have more money than you ever imagined. That's my proposition, plain and simple. You'll probably want some time to think this over. Why don't you call me at this number when you're ready to talk? Don't lose that number, Tex. I think we'd make a perfect fit.
Well, Regan Madsen sure knows how to make a first impression. Question is she on the level? There's no way to know if she's really Malloy's daughter or if she knows any more about the boxes than I do. I wonder if Fitzpatrick has any knowledge of the boxes, or Regan for that matter. There's a lot more involved here than just tracking down an old friend, and I'm right in the middle of it.
Hey, I finally caught you at home. What's going on?
Oh, you know, trying in my own small way to make the world a nicer place to live. Same old, same old. But enough about me. How's Phoenix?
Oh, it's fine, but I'm missing the big galoot back home. I've been wondering how much he's missing me.
Well, I'm missing you about as much as a hard-boiled PI can miss a dame.
Okay, He-Man. I'll let you get back to being bored and lonely without me. You know, I'm not going to be staying here too much longer. I should be home in a week or so. And I've got something that I think you're really going to like.
Oh, you are a cruel and heartless woman, Chelsea. Remind me never to buy you a set of handcuffs, unless you ask me.
Ooh, maybe I'll surprise you and buy my own. See you soon, handsome.
Okay, so we were taken in by the NSA and interrogated, and we come back to our office to find Mr. Malloy's not only got a young wife, but a very beautiful daughter as well that seems to have interest in Tex and would like to know where the other box is. And she said if we find all the boxes, we could be rich. Well, the story just got very interesting. Let's see where it goes.
What can I do for you, Murphy? Don't know anything about him. She came down to the station and asked about you. It's a good thing she vouched for you, too, or you might still be a guest here. Like I told you, we didn't find it.
That's the code for the post office in the Mission District.
I land my speeder outside the post office Mac referred me to. The counter help fails to live up to its name, but a professional loiterer working outside seems to recognize Malloy in the photo. For half a pack of smokes, he suggests I check out several boarding houses in the area. After pounding the pavement for over an hour, I arrive at a quaint brownstone called the Garden House.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a man named Thomas Malloy. Is he staying here?
Let me think. No, none of my guests is named Malloy.
Here's a photograph of him.
Oh, heavens, yes. He moved in last week. Such a nice man.
Well, I know he seems very nice, but he's really a sick man. You know, nuts. He's got a terrible case of Murphy-Barr syndrome.
My goodness, he seems so lucid.
Yes, it's a strange illness. The only symptoms are an irresistible attraction to boarding houses and, of course, compulsive lying. When he has a relapse, it's like pulling teeth to get a straight answer out of it.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I know that respecting and caring for your elders is considered old-fashioned, but it's a responsibility that I take very seriously.
Wish you, my nephew. Your uncle's not in right now, but I'll let you into his room. You can wait for him up there. Okie dokie?
Okay, we are in Malloy's room. Let's look around and see what we can find.
Well, the lights keep this room nicely lit. A book of puzzles. Maybe it has some word searches in it. I love word searches. A collection of the Bay City Mirror's daily anagram puzzles. If I ever really get stuck on an anagram, at least I've got a connection at the newspaper. Well, this bedspread's the most startling thing in the whole room. A nice tree. The wood from this could get quite a blaze going in the fireplace. Well, the lights keep this room nicely lit. Well, that's a handsome antique chair. This plant looks well cared for. The landlady must give it lots of love. Nice fireplace. All I need now is a stack of wood and Jane Mansfield. Nice fireplace. Nice painting, if you go for dull landscapes. A solid maple roll-top desk. I'd kill for a desk like this. Well, maybe I just maim somebody. Looks like a business card. Cosmic Connection magazine. I seem to remember Fitzpatrick saying something about this. I remember Fitzpatrick telling me about the Cosmic Connection magazine. Looks like a sci-fi rag to me. These drawers look... It's an envelope addressed to someone named Elijah Witt. These drawers. Nothing to... These drawers. A solid maple roll. It's all up. Looks like the closet door. A desk. I'll bet whatever's on here will get me a lead. I can run it on the computer back at the office. This pair of jeans wasn't here before. I guess Malloy must have come back and then left again. This warehouse address is 54 Front Street. That's in the waterfront area. Dr. Thomas Malloy, I presume.
You're NSA, aren't you?
No, sir, I'm not NSA. My name's Tex Murphy, and I'm a private investigator. I was hired by a friend of yours.
I don't have any friends, Mr. Murphy.
Well, what about Gordon Fitzpatrick?
Fitz. Good old Fitz. I wonder why he sent you after me.
Are you all right?
Give me some water, will you? Thanks. I've led an excessive life, and I'm afraid the bill is coming due. Now listen, Murphy. What I'm going to tell you could help Fitzpatrick continue my work. The only catch is I'll put you in the same danger I'm in.
Don't let that stop you. Danger's a little like Jell-O. Always room for a little more.
Ever hear of Project Blue Book?
Sounds familiar.
Have you ever heard of Roswell?
Yeah. About 100 years ago, there was an apparent UFO crash, and the government came out and said it was just a weather balloon.
A weather balloon? It was no damn weather balloon. It was a spacecraft. The Roswell incident was the greatest disinformation campaign of all time.
So what was the connection between Roswell and Project Blue Book?
Well, Roswell is where Project Blue Book became Project Blueprint. Now, you probably never heard about it, seeing as how you're still alive.
Why do I have the feeling you're about to lower my odds in that department? Do you mind?
In 1947, an alien spacecraft crashed in the desert outside Roswell, New Mexico. The wreckage was taken to the Air Force base nearby for testing. And of course, they were looking for weapons.
Sounds like the military hasn't changed too much. If you don't mind me asking, Doctor, how do you fit into all of this?
In 1984, I came on board Project Blueprint. My job was to carry on the work of deciphering the hieroglyphics found in the spacecraft. Anyway, in early 1996, word of a breakthrough spread throughout the complex. Now, apparently someone had discovered that one of the alien instruments could generate minute quantities of anti-hydrogen. The big boys in Washington were ecstatic. Now, if you remember, the desert standoff was in effect, and we were looking for a technological edge over the Middle East bloc. Now, we had it in the palm of our hands. But unfortunately, as you know, things went very wrong.
That's the understatement of the century.
Well, the military was in such a hurry, they didn't take time to do any testing. Instead, they started a political incident, then proceeded to bomb the hell out of the Middle East.
Greatest snafu in history.
Now, after the war, I left the military, but I managed to smuggle out all my notes and other important items from Roswell. I secretly continued my research.
Okay, Malloy, don't move! I said freeze! Don't be stupid. Put it down! Look, I'm supposed to bring you back alive, not in a body bag. Think so. No! Back off. Back off! My orders were to bring in Malloy alive. But I guess that doesn't apply to you, does it?
Oh, in that case. You mind? I'd found Malloy just in time to watch him take a bullet. I wasn't sure whether that qualified as solving the case or not. Either way, I had to tell Fitzpatrick the bad news. He comes by my office, and I fill him in on what's happened. Second agent opened fire.
No!
Killed him. I barely got out of it alive. So for the next few minutes, I relate the events that led up to finding Malloy. But it's clear that his death is only part of the reason for Fitzpatrick's reaction. He's been withholding information from me since the beginning. Now it's time to find out what he knows about Malloy's work.
An unfortunate turn of events. Extremely unfortunate. Well, I guess this brings our partnership to an end. What do I owe you?
I think you owe me some details.
To what do you refer?
Look, Malloy was onto something big. He was just about to tell me until someone turned him into a corkboard. I want to know what happened, but most of all, I want to know what's going on here.
No, don't get into it. Forget this business. Take the money and walk away.
It's too late. I'm already involved. Now 1, possibly 3 NSA agents are dead. And for some strange reason, they're going to think that I'm involved with all this. And even if I wanted to drop out right now, the odds are they're going to find me and fill me with so much lead, they're going to be able to use me as a pencil. But aside from that, Malloy was onto something big. And those boxes are the key.
You know about the boxes?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that puts a different light on things, doesn't it? Well, if you insist on staying with this, becoming involved, as you say, I've got to be able to be sure that I can rely on you, trust you. You know, this isn't the kind of thing that you can sort of dabble in and then back away.
Well, normally I do have a little problem with commitment. But on this, I'm in 100%.
All right. Thomas Malloy and I, scientific researchers, were working together in Roswell. And we became friends. Our friendship really developed when we were transferred to China after the great disaster of World War III. After some time, Malloy took me into his confidence and showed me what he'd been secretly working on, translating ancient alien hieroglyphics, taken from the crash of that Roswell spacecraft.
So you know what it is he was going to tell me?
No, I don't think so. Not really. I knew that he'd been, deciphering these ancient hieroglyphics. Some of the symbols that were found there, the dominating symbol seemed to be, or the dominating information seemed to be, that there was a second spacecraft approaching the Earth. And there was a continuing, recurring symbol of a black sun. Mysterious. He didn't get that at all. That really bugged him.
Well, this is all really interesting. But it's not the kind of information somebody kills for.
Tex, screw your head on straight! I'm ready to believe there is a second spacecraft down somewhere on this planet Earth unfound. Now, imagine that spacecraft filled with a technology that none of us have ever dreamed of. Imagine what someone would do to obtain that technology. Imagine what the government would do. Wouldn't it be worth killing for?
You've got one of the boxes, don't you?
I do. Receiving it led me to believe that my friend's life was in danger.
Well, then you probably know more about the boxes than I do.
Variations on a Chinese puzzle box. Tom had maybe 4, 5, or 6 of them made to his specifications while he was in China. You know, just some kind of a novelty, I think.
Do you know how to open them?
No. Never occurred to me to ask. Now, what do you know about the boxes?
Well, I had one, and the NSA picked me up. They gave me a choice between giving them the box or having my brains blown out.
Recovering that box has got to be our first priority. Otherwise, I doubt we can continue.
That's not going to be easy. I'll see what I can do. Just one more thing. You talked a lot about trusting me. Why should I trust you?
Mr. Murphy, I have more money and other vanities than I could possibly ever use. My purpose in being here, at the center, if there is a center to all this, is to follow the trail towards which my old friend pointed me. I don't know where it will lead, but I intend to reach that end.
I guess we're in business. There's something about Fitzpatrick that makes me trust him totally, though I have been wrong in that area before. He knows about the boxes, same as Regan does, but their motivations seem to be worlds apart. I figure my best strategy is to stay right here on the middle ground. The fact of the matter is, I want to know what Malloy was going to tell me. That's my motivation. And the first step from here is to recover the box I handed over to the NSA.
You have a fax. You have a fax.
Well, I'll be darned. The fax machine still works. Well, looks like my suspicions were correct. Now I'll just have to find out why Horton was posing as the Black Arrow killer.
Okay, well, a lot has transpired. We got to actually meet Dr. Malloy, unfortunately, before he passed away, and he was telling us about some very interesting technology that was found on a UFO. And then we caught up after we escaped, basically, a explosion of fire. We caught up with Mr. Fitzpatrick and told him the story of the passing of his dear friend. And we got more information about the case and what is making Fitzpatrick want to seek out what Dr. Malloy was trying to tell him. So now we need to gather all these boxes. We're going to try to get back the one that we gave to the guy that was interrogating us. Let's see how that works out.
When I get to the waterfront warehouse, I'm a little surprised to see it still standing. From the smell of wet ashes, I'd guess the fire department got here in a hurry. They probably took away the charred bodies of Malloy and those government agents. At least Malloy went quickly. With any luck, I'll find something useful in here. If anything survived the explosion, that is. A lot of pallets scattered everywhere. Forklift didn't sustain any damage. The box looks like it's empty. Here's a little tidbit our government boys missed. According to this postal receipt, Malloy sent out 5 packages 9 days ago. I guess that tells me how many boxes I'm looking for. Some names of Asian cities are printed on this piece of paper. This flight schedule seems a little too exorbitant to be taken seriously. The NSA didn't get all of Malloy's notes. I wonder what this item 186 is. These pallets seem to be a little unsettled. It appears the NSA overlooked Dr. Malloy's safe. How fortunate for me. It's a scrap of paper with some hand-drawn diagrams on it. This scrap refers to some sort of containment chamber with instructions on how to open it. It appears the NSA. How nice. I can always use an extra key. Looks like. Oh, a briefcase. This should be interesting. This notebook must contain information on Malloy's work. I can't make out the writing. Looks like some sort of personal shorthand. I wonder. Maybe Regan could figure out some of her father's chicken scratch. This paperback book's well worn. From the imprints on this page, I'd say Malloy was writing on the title page and then tore it out. Looks like Malloy might have been trying to make an anagram out of the title, "There Are Messages from Outer Space."
Hello, Tex Murphy. Decide to take me up on my proposition?
We need to talk.
Sounds serious. When do you want to get together?
How about as soon as possible?
All right. There's a lounge here at the Imperial. Meet me in a half an hour.
The Imperial is in the New City. Not too nice, but a few cuts above the Ritz. I walk into the lobby, then down a flight of stairs to the lounge. I'm not looking forward to telling Regan what happened to her father, but she deserves to know, and I'm gonna need her help. Thanks for the bourbon.
Is everything okay?
Tell me about your father.
My father worked for the military. I was born in China. I was raised there. We were really pretty close when I was younger, especially after my mother died. And then, we moved back here when he retired. Then he married that teenage gold digger. You know who I'm talking about. And, we had a little bit of a falling out. I just want to see him again.
I talked to your father last night.
You did? Where is he? I want to see him.
It's too late, Regan.
What do you mean?
NSA killed him. He almost got both of us last night. I'm sorry. Maybe I should come.
It's okay. You always knew they were gonna get him. That's why he didn't want me to know about his work. That's why he sent all those boxes out.
I recovered something. See if it looks familiar to you.
Yes, it's my father's. I recognize his writing. But he wrote it all in his own personal shorthand. It's almost impossible for me to figure out.
Why don't you give it a try anyway? It's one of the leads I'm working on to see what your father was doing.
It's lucky the NSA didn't get this.
You think it's that important?
Yeah, I do. I remember a conversation he had with a man who said that if he could make a translation, it would be worth a fortune.
Maybe it's tied to the boxes.
I brought mine with me.
Yeah, I had one, but the NSA confiscated it. But I know somebody else who's got one.
Who?
Gordon Fitzpatrick.
Oh, God. Gordon Fitzpatrick. I haven't heard that name since I was a little kid. He used to work for my father.
Well, he's as anxious to recover the boxes as you are. In fact, he's paying my tab. I say we form a triple alliance. He's got more connections than either one of us have got.
Let's wait and see what happens. Here, take a look at this. My father made it when we were in Peking, and several others like it. He didn't show me how to open it, though.
How many of these are there?
Oh, 5, I think.
Look, why don't you let me take this and see if I can get it opened up?
I'm not sure I like that idea. I mean, you could open it up and find the others and take all the money for yourself.
Listen, Regan, you gotta trust me. You can't do this by yourself. Nobody can. You need my help, and I need your help.
I guess I don't have much choice, do I? Tex, don't run out on me. I already lost my father.
I won't.
Listen, Murphy, I've got a proposition for you. Give me a call when you get this. Hey, Murphy.
Okay, what's the deal?
You followed up on the auto tech tip I gave you, right?
Yeah, turned out to be an NSA front.
But you got inside.
Not as far as you know.
Call it a hunch. Anyway, I need you to get something for me. It's a file with documentation on an NSA project called Operation Euphoria. It's kept in the NSA evidence room in the Autotech building.
How do you know all this?
Let's just say I've gotten to know some useful people. So what do you say? If you can get me the file, I'll trade you information or maybe something else. I've got access to anything you want. Just name it.
Well, there is a favor you can do for me. You ever heard of a book called There Are Messages from Outer Space?
Sure. It's like a Bible for UFO nuts.
Well, I've got reason to believe that someone made an anagram out of the title. I need to find a computer program that'll check out all the possible anagrams.
Well, that's easy. I know the guy who does the anagrams down here at the paper. I'm sure he can take care of it. Might take a few days, though.
That's okay. Just get it as soon as you can. I'll see what I can do to retrieve the Operation Euphoria file. Anything else?
Yeah. My contact got me a pass key. I guess you'll need it to get to the file. I'll send it over by express courier.
All right. I'll let you know when I'm ready to make the swap.
Are you gonna ask? Seems to me I've heard that name in connection with the UFO industry. I don't know anymore. I've never read it myself. Popular with the UFO junkies, though. Horton was with the NSA. He was the right-hand man of a higher-up named Jackson Cross. Don't know anything about it. Doesn't ring a bell. That's a whacked-out magazine if I ever saw one. Alien encounters, abductions, that sort of thing. Are you gonna ask me about every person you ever heard of?
Well, now that I got Purnell's key, at least getting into the locker at the NSA should be easy. My new...
Hello there. I'm glad I caught you at home.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't drop by in person, because my housekeeper's on the rampage again.
If I dropped by, I'd just mess up your apartment anyway.
So what'd you find out?
Well, not much. About the only thing I could figure out was toward the end of the notebook. There were quite a few references to OE, EW, and AE, but I'm not sure what they stand for.
Well, the E and the W could be directions or compass points, and the OE stands for Old English, but that doesn't seem very relevant. Whatever they mean, I get the feeling they're leading to something really big. Everyone and their dogs want to get their hands on your father's work.
As soon as we find out what these initials stand for, we'll be halfway to a fortune.
I don't know. Maybe your father was keeping this under wraps for good reason. When we find out what this is all about, we may decide that whatever he learned shouldn't be let out into circulation.
What are you talking about? That's why we're in this. For the money.
Look, your father wanted to keep this work away from the NSA, and I think that's an omen.
We won't sell it to them. We'll only sell the information to the right people.
What if it's not that simple? What if it's something that would be better locked up forever?
That's not an option. It was my father's work, so by rights it's mine now. You can have a piece of the action, or I can do it alone. Now I think you should give me back that box I gave you.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You don't have the right to keep it from me. It's mine.
That's not the point.
You're right, Tex. I'm being foolish and irresponsible. If there's nothing terrible about what we find, we'll make a lot of money and live happily ever after.
Let's keep our fingers crossed, but for now I just want you to sit tight. I have a feeling things are going to get a little sticky from now on. Those initials you found may refer to other people who received boxes from your father. I'll see what I can turn up. Give me a call if anything else occurs to you.
All right, Tex. I'll be here. Please be careful.
Looks like a module of some sort and some small metal pegs.
What can I do for you, Murphy? Don't know anything about... Well, there are some things I don't know about. Don't know anything... Well, there are some...
Look, Mac, I need your help. I know Dag Horton was an NSA agent, but I gotta find out why he was posing as the Black Arrow killer. Now, this could be a matter of life and death. For me.
Come on, Murphy. You know they don't tell me anything. Especially not when the NSA's involved. I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Man, you gotta be able to figure out something to tell me.
Well, I do know one thing. I know where they took the body. It's down at the county forensics lab. Listen, I know the guy that runs the place. Maybe I can get you in and you can have a little time to take a look around. That's it. That's all I can do for you.
Well, maybe that'll be enough.
No can do. Don't know anything about... Well, there are some... She came down to the station and asked about you. It's a good thing she vouched.
For the second time in a week, Mac comes through for me. Now, that's a new record for him. When I get to the morgue, the door's unlocked and the coroner has conveniently gone out for a long lunch. G through I, and Horton starts with H. File cabinet key. I'll bet Mr. Horton has something useful in his wallet. Returning to Autotact after almost getting my head blown off the last time makes me a little nervous. There are no speeders parked outside, and a cautious look around leads me to believe the place is empty. At least for now. I better work fast. Let's see what... Yeah, maybe the contents of this envelope will shed a little light. I wonder if Jackson Cross stashed the box he took from me and put it in here. I can't think of a better place to start looking. Seems to be some kind of giant degaussing machine. Uh-oh. This machine encrypts objects with a security code. Well, this is either a map of San Francisco or a giant Etch-a-Sketch. Hello, box. We meet again. An NSA. Well, I hope this is what Purnell wanted me to find. Or maybe she'll just have to be happy with a bootleg copy of a Bon Jovi's greatest hits CD. This box contains a module similar to the one in the first box. There's also a slide. I have no idea what this thing is, though it looks like a module made to connect with other pieces. It's a slide with a picture of some strange object, but if Malloy put it in the box, it must be important.
Have you had any luck recovering the box from the NSA?
Yeah, I got it, but I don't think the feds are too happy with me right now. You got a second to talk?
Certainly. A.E. I suppose that could refer to Archie Ellis.
After Fitzpatrick hangs up, I realize I forgot to ask him for Ellis's phone number. I decided to check the directory, and surprisingly, Ellis's name is listed.
Identify yourself.
I'm a friend to Dr. Thomas Malloy.
Tell me your name and your connection to Dr. Malloy.
My name's Murphy. Dr. Malloy asked me to carry on his work involving hieroglyphics found in the Roswell spaceship.
If you have knowledge of the Roswell hieroglyphics, then you should know other details regarding alien studies. If you can answer several questions, I will agree to meet with you. Who was the author of There Are Messages from Space?
J.I. Thelwait?
Correct. What is the name of the site of the immense alien landing strips in Peru?
The Plain of Nazca.
Correct. Name the structure located at Tiahuanaco.
The Gate of the Sun.
You have passed the test. Contact Archibald Ellis at 413 Vina Del Mar.
The sloppily painted sign 413 Vina Del Mar identifies the place as the Cosmic Connection. The display window is filled with charms, amulets, UFO books, and astrology charts. It doesn't look too promising. I open the door and step inside. An innocuous-looking little man is debating furiously with someone on the vid phone.
Look, extraterrestrial contact was made by the Russians throughout the 50s. It is well documented.
Wrong decade, Arch.
The aliens had to get rid of Kennedy before he exposed them, and LBJ was certainly under their control, if not actually one of them.
LBJ was a commie, mate.
Look, Larry, Vietnam was a ruse to divert the America's public attention and to throw our political system into chaos.
Cliche, cliche, cliche.
You know what, Larry? You're really beginning to get on my nerves here, okay? So why don't I call you back later? Goodbye. You always sneak up on people like that?
I'm a PI. It's what I get paid to do. Are you Ellis?
Yeah, that's right. You must be Murphy. Here's my card. You got one?
Darn it, I think I just handed out my last one.
Oh, okay. Well, you give me one later. So, you're a private eye, huh? Never met a private eye before. Hey, want some herbal tea?
No.
No? Oh, okay. So, you know Dr. Malloy?
I knew him. He's dead. The NSA murdered him.
Murdered him?
Actually, I think the NSA wanted to take him alive. So I gather from that the NSA wanted something from him. Now, you were with him recently. Do you have any idea what that'd be? Oh, do you mind?
Actually, I do.
So I guess this is the part where you tell me everything you know about Malloy.
I wasn't done with that yet.
Sorry.
You want me to start at the beginning?
Yeah, it's pretty standard.
Well, I publish a magazine called The Cosmic Connection. I'm sure you've heard of it. We feature investigative reports, interviews, anything concerning the supernatural, the ET, you know, anything like that. Anyway, one of my contacts in the field is a man by the name of Elijah Witt. Oh, he is a legend in the area of alien encounters. Anyway, a few months back, he set up an interview between Dr. Malloy and myself.
Did Witt say how he knew Malloy?
No, but I think that he, Witt, pulled some strings and got him, Malloy, a research lab at San Francisco Tech. Witt used to be a professor there, and,
Any idea what Malloy was doing at the research lab?
I don't really know, but he did use a strange term, the Pandora device. I'm not really sure exactly what it means.
Pandora device?
Well, yeah, he talks about the dark seed that was unleashed.
The what?
Well, something got loose, something alive. I mean, come on, there's been stories around for ages. Anyway, we talked about other things, you know, Roswell, of course. You know what? What you should probably do is read some books, and I can make some recommendations.
Oh, they have big pictures.
Let's see, I'm gonna start you with something light. Foucault's Pendulum. This is practically a manual on government conspiracies. And, let's see, Adrift in the Telluric Currents. Now, this is a little tougher read, but it's good. It's really good. And a must-read is The Fifth Column, okay, by Richard Eco. Now, this man, he was a prophet. I mean, he proved without reasonable doubt that we've been living amongst aliens for generations, and the government knows everything. I mean, it even hints that one of our presidents was a alien, if not at least half. You know, I won't tell you which president. I want to ruin the surprise for you. Anyway, it's all in there: crop circles, abductions, etc., etc. Look, if you want my advice, don't trust anybody. Okay? I mean, I can sense you're on the level here, but most of the time, people, you just don't know. I mean, aliens are everywhere, man.
Hey, Archie. How do you know I'm not an alien?
Murph, you're so silly. Everyone knows aliens deny their own existence.
Well, I appreciate you letting me borrow these.
Sure, just take them home with you.
Could I ask you a few more questions?
Sure, that would be great.
Did Malloy send you a small box made of some strange metal, no apparent way of opening it up?
Well, actually he did, but it got stolen. That in the interview I did with Dr. Malloy. You know, I'm missing a stapler too and a few pens. I don't know if I misplaced them or...
So let me get this straight. You just let somebody waltz in here and take the box?
Well, no, actually I hid it. But whoever broke in, they knew exactly what they were looking for. The interview that I did with Dr. Malloy was on 2 separate discs. They only got the first one. You want to watch it? Sorry for the interruption, Doctor. This power cell, as you call it, could it be used to power these ships?
Hypothetically. But first, we'd have to get into the Roswell complex. And the military isn't about to roll out the red carpet.
Well, rumors have circulated for years about what really happened there. Would you care to shed some light on the incident?
Well, I can only tell you what I've heard. Among the various items recovered at the Roswell crash were several egg-shaped capsules stored inside a containment chamber. Now, no one could figure out how to open the capsules, so they faded into the background for years. Then the researchers figured out how to operate the accelerator. Apparently, someone used it on one of the capsules and something was released into the facility. And whatever it was, it killed off almost everyone in the complex before the military could quarantine the area.
And no one's been in the complex since then?
Not that I know of.
Thank you for your time, Doc. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, huh?
Well, the stuff about Roswell was interesting. He didn't say anything about the Pandora device.
Nope. So what are we gonna do now?
Well, I've got to find out more about the Pandora device. Maybe I ought to contact Elijah Witt.
Ooh, I don't think that's a very good idea.
Why not?
Well, you see, Mr. Witt, you know, he's a personal friend of mine, but he's very important, very private person. He doesn't like strangers. Too many wackos on the loose, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Archie.
There were strange designs on the box. They looked Mayan or Aztec. I told you what I know. I mean, by the name, I guess it's something powerful and something Dr. Malloy doesn't want to let loose. Well, I'm just one of the few people who realize that we are not alone in the universe. I mean, anyone who thinks otherwise is insane.
Listen, Archie, what can you tell me about this power cell?
Well, according to Malloy, there were 2 of them on the spacecraft recovered at Roswell. The research scientists decided that it was some sort of alien battery, and they tried to break one down. The other one was cataloged and stored somewhere in the Roswell complex. You think you're the first person who ever wanted to get in there? Heck, every UFOologist in the world would love to get in there and take a look around the complex.
So why don't they?
Well, look, first of all, it's secured. The military, they don't want anybody getting in there. It's only accessible with top-level security clearance.
Well, have you got any top-level security clearance?
Well, no.
Well, do you know where I can get some?
No.
Well, I guess I'm just wasting your time.
People say I'm crazy? Yeah, that's the pen name for Elijah Witt. He uses for his books. It's an anagram of his real name. Sure, I know about the book. You don't? I mean, I read it at least 100 times. Yeah, that's the code name for the research done at Roswell on the alien wreckage. I don't have any real good documentation on it. The government keeps a very tight lid on it. Oh, Mr. Witt is a living legend in the UFOologist community. I would love to have him over for some herbal tea and conversation, but he's always busy. I guess I just have to be content with his books. Well, as you can see, my shop here isn't just for anyone, but my magazine is written to be interesting and informative to all readers of all ages. Oh, the doctor was a really nice guy. I'm really sorry to hear that he's no longer on this earth plane. You know, dead. Well, I subscribe to the Mirror. It's a little soft on conspiracy issues, but yeah, not bad overall. Yeah, she's a reporter for the Bay City Mirror. I mean, I tried to get her to write for the Cosmic Connection, but we didn't hit it off real well. Sure, I know about NSA. Scary group. I mean, it's common knowledge they're being run by aliens. Oh, yeah, someone by that name contacted me a couple of weeks ago. He was trying to locate Dr. Malloy, but I couldn't give him much help. Well, it's good to meet someone with the same ideas as me. I get so tired of people thinking I'm some kind of kook or something.
Talking to Ellis was like entering the Twilight Zone. All this hocus pocus about aliens and quarantines. And what's the story of the Pandora device Ellis referred to? I wonder if it could be linked to the boxes Malloy sent out. Well, one thing seems pretty clear. Malloy considered the power cell to be important to his work and was convinced that one was still hidden away inside the Roswell military complex.
Good evening, Tex. You look as though you're on to something. What can I do for you?
Well, I had a little talk with Archie Ellis. It seems that Dr. Malloy was working on something called the Pandora device, and I think it's connected to the boxes. I'd like to run some of these new developments by you. I need some information about the Roswell military complex.
What kind of information?
Well, I got one of the boxes open, and inside I found a picture of what I've been told is an alien power cell recovered from the UFO crash at Roswell. I think the power cell must tie in somehow with the Pandora device. And apparently the only place I'm going to find the power cell is inside the Roswell complex.
You intend to go to the Roswell military base?
Well, I don't see any way around it. That's why I called. I need to find a way in.
I don't think I can help you. My security clearance there is a thing of the long past.
Any suggestions?
The only people that would still have access to the base would be top military personnel. And perhaps the NSA.
Well, if that's all, I guess I better get ready to go.
If you're certain you must go to Roswell, there's one other thing that I should tell you. The military base is well camouflaged, and you could spend weeks trying to locate the site. I'll give you the coordinates. If you have connections to the NSA, that's where I'd go to get security clearance high enough to get into the Roswell military base. Sorry, I'm afraid it's possible that the box that Mr. Ellis received was a blind meant to throw the NSA off track. Knowing Thomas, he wouldn't put all of his information in any one box. Maybe we need all of the boxes to create the Pandora device.
Hey, got a second?
Actually, I'm really in a hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry. If this is a bad time, just give me a call later. See ya.
Despite warnings from Ellis and Fitzpatrick, I'm bound for Roswell. Hopefully the alien power cell is somewhere in the Roswell military complex. I know that without it, I'll never find out Malloy's secret. The trip to Roswell takes about 4.5 hours, giving me plenty of time to think. Something's bothering me from the last time I went to the Cosmic Connection. And it hits me. A black Avatar speeder was parked down the street. Could have been the NSA. A voice in the back of my head keeps telling me that Archie Ellis is in danger. Or is it that they're just keeping tabs on me? Eventually, I locate the military base, and using the NSA ID badge I found at Autotech, I'm able to get into the complex. The area is still running various security systems, but the place is totally abandoned, at least by humans.
So we were able to get a hold of Archie and go down and meet him and have quite the conversation with him. And we were able to see a interview tape with Dr. Malloy and learn about something called the Pandora device. And now we need to go, well, we're here at the Roswell military facility, and we are looking for a cell that has something to do with this Pandora device that could power it. So let's take a look around and see what we find.
Let's see if there's anything interesting in these drawers. Let's see if there's any... I've seen these things before, in war movies. What'd they call it? Walkie-talkie. It's hard to believe this battery still has juice in it. Man, they don't make things like they used to. Question is, how much life has this thing got left in it? Probably not much. Phone's probably no longer hooked up to people in this galaxy. Halogen lamp's busted. It's like a map of the surrounding area. Oh, it's an emergency procedures handbook. This may shed some light on something. Well, 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 what have we got here? A box of matches. And what's this little item here? Calendar's 20 years old. Well, that doesn't tell me too much. How nice. I can always use an extra key. When are people gonna learn that if you want to hide something, don't hide it under a mattress? Nice beds. Archie's nervous when he comes to the door. Earlier, there were suspicious characters mulling around outside the shop. I tell him it might be wise to close the store for a while and take a little vacation. With the way things are heating up on this case, it's best not to be readily available for just anybody who might drop by. The shed door won't open. Shovel? I guess you never know. I might have to dig my way out. This piece looks like it was once connected to the cable above it. It's a fuse. It's a good thing to have when you're working with explosives. And the storage. This flashlight looks like it could put out quite a beam of light. Something's wrong with this thing. There's no light coming out of it. It's a toolbox. Still. These wire strippers seem to be in pretty good shape. Something's wrong. A security card scanner. This is probably the control. Electrical wire. That could come in handy. That's gotta be the entrance to the main Roswell facility. There's no visible way to open this from out here. Must have been operated by security personnel inside. I'll have to think about this. The connection should be in working order now. It's a power switch. Must be important being this close to the door. That'd be some trick. Huh. Special dynamite. I wonder if it's any good. I'd better get as far away. Looks like the blast took enough of the door off for me to get inside. What hit me? Must have been a pocket of gas by the door. What's this? It appears these doors have been welded shut. Why would they do that? Looks like the weld is starting to crack a bit, though. That's a disc. What little secrets are recorded on this baby? This, whatever that is. This.
Bastards have locked us in, and it's killing everyone. It's attracted to heat or energy, and it seems to suck the life right out of everyone it gets on top of. When it takes in energy, it seems to go through a semi-dormant state, when it might be vulnerable. The only way to stop it, maybe to trap it, in a containment pod. No one here knows how to operate it. The last left. I don't want to die.
Well, someone left some cookware. Ooh, an ice pick. Looks pretty vicious. Lots of pretty colors are still left in the punch machine. Store. The diesel fuel looks a little... This door's still... Box of... That's a fuel... Oh, that's... It's a fuel... It's a fuel... It's a fuel... Must be the... That's got it going. The generator. Well, these wire cutters look like they haven't been used in a long time. Great, an oxygen tank. I'll know where to go if I start to hyperventilate. Case appears to be made of plastic. Case appears to be made... Rec room. Looks like a kid's toy. Bet... This baby's ready to explore the galaxy. Now we just need to find the remote control unit. Oh, poker Pete machines. Nothing but hours of mind-numbing, pocket-draining fun. Here's the only thing weights ever did for me was make me tired. Looks like one dart was left behind. Pool cue. Still straight after all these years leaning against the wall. Fruit punch and cola. If this is all there is to drink around here, no wonder the place is empty. Let's roll it. It's someone's ID badge. Oh. It's just... I think that's part of a welding torch. Old-style elevator door. That's a button for level. These photos are either dead aliens or my sister's kids. Several top secret military documents. Well, what do we got here? Looks like a remote control for a toy. Well, this seems pretty simple to operate. Turn it on and steer. If I want to pick something up, get the crosshairs on the object and get it. Easy as falling down. This is the play button.
Colonel, we've placed the probe in the ventilation system on level 1. We've surveyed level 2 and it appears there are no survivors.
No markings on the door. The weight bar stopped the fan dead in its tracks. This looks like the main memory core for the Roswell computer system. Analysis computers. Got it. Got it. Looks like somebody dropped their security clearance card. I guess they were just preoccupied with their own survival. Got it. I'm not gonna need this alien abductor anymore. Besides, I think my Robco battery pack is already running out of juice. That's the button for level 3. It's C4, plastic explosive wired directly into the elevator controls. No way to disarm this. If I get this thing out of here, I'll have about 30 seconds before it explodes. Well, the bomb's free, but if I don't... Yeah, this door... I guess I should open... That's the button for level. This must be the shell of the spacecraft that crashed. Looks like... Miscellaneous storage area. What little odds and ends do we have in here? I haven't seen a tool like this since my high school shop days. Looks like someone broke the end off their Whammo Master pogo stick. That's a tank of flammable gas. I'll bet this is where object... This computer system probably controls the inventory items. Looks like I'll have to do this manually. By clicking and dragging a numbered item on the screen, I'll have to create a path for item 186 to reach the transfer tunnel. Well, here goes. Well, it seemed to do the trick. Now I just gotta find out where the power cell ended up. I don't know what this is, but it's gotta be what Malloy wanted. I get back to my speeder and set a course for home. Having the power cell with me is eerie, like I'm carrying an urn full of someone's ashes. Was it actually constructed in some distant galaxy? What's its purpose? What would a hand grenade look like to someone on another planet? I unlock the door to my office 4 hours later, stumble into the bedroom, and hit the bed face first. After a long nap, I lift my mashed face from the mattress and push my aching body up from the bed. Like it or not, there's still a lot of work to do. My first priority is to break the code on Malloy's disk. I have the feeling the contents will give me a few answers.
Hey, Murph, I'm calling from Bermuda. It's me, Archie. I just wanted to call and say thanks for the tip you left me. You were right. Someone broke into the shop and wrecked everything. But who cares? I'm in Bermuda. I rented a boat today, and I'm going to the Bermuda Triangle. I gotta go. Thanks again, Murph.
Had to have been Clinton. Now, she was an alien. Well, I'm glad Archie's safe and sound. If only the rest of us were so lucky.
All right, well, that was quite the adventure going through that military area, like Area 51. We got the power cell, item 186.
Sounds
after
like I got a message
a
on the
lot
big phone.
of going through little tunnels with little toys and yep, but it sounds like we have a video message, so let's go check it out.
My new vid phone.
Murphy, I've got the printout of your anagrams. Give me a call.
You're not avoiding me, are you? I certainly hope you're behaving yourself while I'm gone. Well, if you've been a good boy, I'm going to give you a nice treat when I get back tomorrow night. Now remember to polish your teeth. Bye.
Got my message?
Yeah, and your file. I don't think you know how much you were asking from me.
Sure I do. I just got a lot of faith in you. So you ready to trade?
Can you fax the printout of the anagrams over here to my office?
No problem. But I prefer that you not fax the file here. I'd rather have the real thing. If you can hang around your office for a bit, I'll send the express courier over and pick it up.
All right, but make it snappy. I don't want to hold on to this any longer than I have to.
I've heard about the UFO wreck, but I've never really looked into the whole thing.
You have a fax. You have a fax.
Well, I'll be darned. Luckily, Purnell only included the anagram combinations that were made up completely of actual words. After looking through the list, only one anagram jumps out at me. Merge the 4 rare cases to see maps. Maybe there's a password somewhere in there.
Alright, the anagram helped, so let's see what's on the disc. Hello, Elijah. I see you figured out my little puzzle. And since you're reading this, I'll assume that something has happened to me. You always said I was looking for trouble. Well, I think I found it. You should already have received a package from me. I've sent similar packages to the few other people I trust most in this backstabbing, self-destructive world. Collectively, you are the council which now holds the key to a locked door, beyond which lies the knowledge of ancient and distant intelligence. As you know, visitors from other worlds have come to our little corner of the galaxy. You've always believed, but now you may have a chance to see evidence with your own eyes. Unfortunately, there are others who want what I've discovered, and not for the altruistic motives we share. For that reason, I've created something I have somewhat theatrically named the Pandora device. The contents of the package I sent you must be used with those contained in the packages sent to the others. Together you will learn what I've discovered, and I hope that your combined power, influence, and wisdom will determine what should be done. Now, I know you're one of the most stubborn and reclusive men I've ever known, but I'm asking you to seek out the others I've entrusted to make sure this thing is carried out. Time is running out. You must act quickly. You know I have a tendency to blabber the point. No, to bellabore the point. Apologies. But let me end by saying this. What awaits you is something the world may not be ready for. If this is your conclusion as well, keep in mind that it's better to destroy something than allow it to destroy. Sincerely, Thomas. Okay, and then we have the names of the other people who received a box. So we know about Gordon. We've got I think we have Emily's. We have Regan's. We've talked to Archibald. I don't know. Have we talked to Oliver yet? I'm not sure if we have. And then we have Elijah here. Okay.
Looks as though this Elijah Witt has one of Malloy's boxes. And he doesn't sound like the kind of guy who will just hand it over to a stranger. Regardless, I have to start by finding out where Witt lives, and all I've got to go on is his phone number. That's pretty small. But I guess video phone call tracers don't need to be very big. This guy.
You ready to make a purchase? You might be interested to know that the Robco call tracer is endorsed and used by the Moroccan chief of police. Attach it to your vid phone, then keep the other party on the line until the light goes on. Easy as falling down. $40.
Well, I hope my new purchase will help me out. My new vid phone is essential.
Can I help you with something?
Dad?
Who the hell are you?
I'm your long-lost son. Gosh, it's so good to finally meet you.
This some kind of a sick joke? I don't have a son.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your memory, Dad. Little bar in Omaha, Fifth of Wild Turkey, karaoke machine.
Who is your mother?
I actually never knew my mother. I was abandoned in an orphanage with only a small blanket and your name written on a cocktail napkin. I've dedicated my life to finding you.
You expect me to believe that cock and bull story? Who are you?
Okay. My name's Murphy. I'm calling as a mutual friend of Thomas Malloy.
If that's the case, then why all this crap about being my son?
I had to make sure you weren't an imposter. Malloy told me that you had no sons and always used the phrase cock and bull.
What do you know about Malloy? And make it good. You're wasting my time.
Well, he was killed before he could get a certain computer disk to you. I broke the code on it. It was merge the 4 rare cases to see maps, an anagram of the title, There Are Messages from Outer Space. That's how I got this number.
How did you end up with a disc meant for me?
That's not important. What is important is the message Malloy wanted to give you. Meet me at the Imperial Lounge in New San Francisco in 2 hours. If Whit takes the bait, and I'm betting he will, it should give me enough time to look around his place.
Okay, so he took the bait. We're going to go to his location. I believe it said he lived in Canada. We're going to explore before he returns back.
The address displayed on the call tracer is in Vancouver, BC. On the flight up, I probably passed Whit, who's headed to the Imperial Lounge. I tracked down Whit's address to a high-rise residential building. I get inside and pick the lock to the apartment. Immediately, an alarm goes off. Cool. Simon game. No, wait. Uh-oh. Looks like I've tripped an alarm. If this is the kind of unit I think it is, I probably have a couple of minutes to shut this thing down, or it'll automatically contact the police. It appears to be a switch. Sounds like I got that alarm turned off. These notes look interesting. Looks like Whit made some notes about opening the box Malloy sent to him. According to this, he seemed to think that he'd have to figure out a Mayan date, then what that date would be on a modern calendar. Appears to be a scrapbook. The statue in this photo looks remarkably like the one over by the fireplace. Those are sharp dressers. A pair of tweezers. Just the thing for refining my unruly eyebrows. It's like a book on the Mayan calendar. I personally prefer calendars of the Sports Illustrated variety. Looks like some kind of reference material. Whit and I apparently have different tastes in bedtime reading. This diamond pattern is different from the others. A heat-resistant foil packet. Keeps the hot side hot and the cool side cool.
Yow! That is hot!
Something heavy just moved around here. Well, hello. Time for you to come to Papa. There are 4 dials on this box which can be moved. Looks like I need to set a modern date on the left, then a Mayan date on the right. like a package arrived from Malloy. I don't think anybody's gonna mind if I take a look. There are recessed grooves around the squares on this box. Maybe I need something to fill them in with.
Alright, looks like we have another puzzle to solve. Let's get this done.
I'm pretty sure I got all the pieces assembled, but it still doesn't work. Maybe Fitzpatrick can help me get this thing to run. With Malloy's device assembled, but still not working, I return to my office and call Regan and Fitzpatrick. Regan arrives first, then Fitzpatrick, who's brought along an unexpected guest, Elijah Witt. I don't bother asking how that happened, but Witt is clearly on Fitzpatrick's side and suspicious of Regan. He's not my biggest fan either, all things considered. But Fitzpatrick negotiates a truce, then not surprisingly pulls out the final piece of the puzzle. He hands it to me, and I slide it in an open slot on the side of the Pandora device.
Everyone is here, I presume. All of you are here for a very important reason. You are now a council assembled in order to make a very important decision. What I'm about to reveal may be the greatest discovery in the history of our planet, yet may also be the most devastating. As you know, I have spent most of my life trying to decipher the alien symbols discovered in the Roswell spacecraft. Well, I have lived to fulfill my ambition. The translation of the alien hieroglyphics clearly states that another spacecraft preceded the arrival of the one in Roswell. And now I know where it is. The translation also indicates that the second spacecraft is much larger than the Roswell ship, possibly a colonizing vessel. As most of you know, the Roswell ship carried a lot of equipment, including particle accelerators. What you probably don't know is that it also carried tiny pods of anti-hydrogen. I believe it's possible, even likely, that there are large quantities of anti-hydrogen on this second ship. Here on Earth, experiments creating and storing anti-hydrogen have met with little or no success. Now, if society is ready for such a discovery, I think it would be the most wonderful ever. It might allow us to finally break the barriers of space travel so that we could explore distant galaxies and contact other civilizations. But if this technology gets into the hands of the wrong people, it would undoubtedly result in the complete and utter destruction of our world. The decision is now in your capable hands. Good luck, my friends. Pandora's box has been opened. It's now up to you to close it.
Look! Look there. It's down there. Anti-hydrogen. That must be what the black sun symbol represents. Devastating discovery.
Well, I think we're all in agreement with this. It has to be destroyed.
Not so fast. Maybe my father's experiences in the military biased him. And think of the possibilities and the money this thing could be worth.
Money's no factor here. We're talking about a force 1,000, maybe 1,000,000 times greater than the atomic bomb. It's like handing a child a laser cannon.
Whatever the ramifications, the point is, we must find the spacecraft.
When are we leaving? I need to go back to my room and get some stuff.
Hold on. We're not going anywhere. I'm going down after.
Really? And when was that decided?
Well, almost 40 years ago. You just see, on an operation like this, I'm a solo kind of guy.
I don't know what kind of a woman you think I am, but if you think I'm going to be sitting around the room like a delicate flower, you got another thought coming.
Whitnire agreed that all of us must go down there, each of us taking a separate route. I strongly suspect that other parties will be getting involved. I want to maximize the odds that we get there first. Take this communicator with you. We'll try to rendezvous at the spacecraft. If there are any problems, that'll keep us in touch.
Well, okay. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, I guess I'll see you down there in a couple of days.
Hold on, Murphy. You take this card. This guy will get you down there safely. I'm going to tell him you're coming tomorrow. And don't take the woman. We got no margin for error, and we need no excuses.
So what you're saying is, you don't want me to take the woman?
No distractions.
All right. Fitzpatrick and Witt had taken a taxi to my office, so I offered to give him a lift back to the Savoy. Fitzpatrick seems lost in thought, and I have a hunch he knows something he hasn't told us. On the way back to my office, I try to imagine what we're about to find. But the whole thing is so incomprehensible, it only makes my head hurt to think about it. Well, I suppose you've already sat in my chair and have eaten my porridge, too.
Took you long enough. I thought I was gonna have to stir it in by myself. I hope you don't mind I made myself comfortable. And I'm very comfortable.
Yeah. You look it.
How long does it take you to smoke that cigarette?
Oh, you'd be surprised. You know, I've never been very good at figuring out women. You explain to me what's going on here?
Don't tell me you've never done this before. If we're gonna be in this thing together, I want to make sure you're in all the way. Promise me, Tex?
Well, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but for her, unfortunately, we have feelings for Chelsea, and we are going to follow through with those because we're not a two-timer. And we really do care about that girl. So we're going to tell Reagan thank you, but no thank you. We appreciate it, and we are flattered, but there's another person that we love.
I can't do this, Reagan. There's somebody else. It wouldn't be fair to her or to you.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? I can give you everything. I can love you better than you've ever been loved before.
Look, I don't want to argue about this. The way you look makes it tough as it is.
There's a fortune just waiting for us.
I'm going down there by myself, and that's all there is to it.
You blew it. Could have had everything. Now you have nothing.
After I wake up, I pack several days' worth of supplies and contact the pilot Whit had set me up with. Flight down takes about 12 hours, giving me plenty of time to think about last night. Regan probably isn't accustomed to being turned down by a man. Not that I didn't think twice, but she and I have very different ideas on what's to be done now. Fitzpatrick and Whit were right. I don't know exactly what we'll find down in Mexico, but whatever it is, I'm sure the world's not ready for it. Regan doesn't seem to understand that. I know that whatever Malloy was looking for is just on the other side of these ruins. Since the jungle's so dense, it might be better to see if I can find a way through the structure itself.
All right, we have made it to the final location in the game. We're about to discover this second alien ship that Malloy said had also preceded the first ship that was in Roswell. So we're going to figure out what's going on. Let's go.
The shards spread around this chamber have designs painted on them and appear to be made of the same stone as that altar in the center of the room. The shards spread around this chamber have designs painted on them and appear to be made of the same stone as that altar in the center of the room. The design on the altar looks like a map. The symbol on the door looks like a snake. Must mean something. There's a small circle painted below the symbol. Piece of papyrus. From what I understand, this is what people wrote on before they invented word processors. It's a chunk of charcoal. History's first pencil. Using the charcoal and papyrus, I sketched out a map based on the design I assembled on the altar. I put an X where I'm pretty sure I came in. Small stone bowl. Looks like it's in remarkably good condition. A pair of thick lens glasses. It's an ancient Coleman lantern. Wonder how long this thing's been here. Looks like Edson's gun was damaged by one of the falling rocks. It's a handkerchief. Looks like some dirt got jammed in the barrel. It's pretty much useless in this condition. Without a functional firearm, these aren't worth much. These frames aren't much good. The lenses might be useful. That's the remains of some ancient Mayan warrior. The spear he's holding is tied to his hand with a piece of cord. Maybe he was some kind of sentinel, but now he's just a pile of dusty bones. The spear is tied onto the warrior's hand with a cord. The spear is held tight by a length of hemp cord. The spear is tied onto the warrior. It's a cord made out of hemp. Too bad I don't have any zigzags. I heard this stuff burns real well. Shield looks pretty sturdy. Looks like some sort of ceremonial dagger. Appears to be... It's another of those like an army of wasps in here somewhere. The buzzing seems to be coming from that stone head on the wall. A couple of those buggers are coming out of the mouth, and if a few of them sting me, I'll swell up like an elephant and be dead in 30 seconds. I either have to destroy that nest or get out of here. Now there's nothing in that stone head but a big pile of wasp crispies. These tiles look like they can be... It's another of those... Aha, the Pentagon. I knew the military was involved in this. I step into the Pentagon chamber and take a look around. Suddenly, the floor tilts sharply, and I'm sliding into a dark tunnel. Fancy meeting you here.
I could say the same thing.
Well, if I kept you waiting long.
Oh no, I just got here.
Regan, what the hell?
I guess I was supposed to be sitting back in my hotel room like a good little girl, right? Well, I'm sorry, it's just not in my nature to sit around and let someone else make my decisions for me. I mean, I wasn't gonna let you and those two doddering old fools ruin everything I ever worked for. Here we are sitting on the greatest discovery in the history of the world, and they say get rid of it. Get rid of it? Great idea. I mean, who cares how much it's worth? Who cares how great the technology is? Not just to us, but to everyone.
Didn't you hear what Fitzpatrick and Whit were saying? We destroy ourselves with this.
Well, maybe we are ready. I mean, why don't we give ourselves the benefit of the doubt? In the hands of someone like my father, this new technology could open doors we never even imagined.
The problem is, these things don't end up in the hands of people like your father. They never do.
Well, maybe we should try and find a way out of here, huh?
The statue seems to be reaching toward the light from above. Seems to be about the only way out of here. Maybe Regan can help me figure. So have you got any ideas?
Not at the moment. I was just looking at those holes at the top of the chamber, but even if we could reach them, they're way too small for us to get through. Let's keep looking.
I lost my backpack on the way down here. Looks like Regan held on to hers, though. The rope's in place.
It's too heavy for me to do by myself. I could use a little help here.
Overside, honey. I'll move it.
Please, over here. Now. There it goes.
The fragment from the statue has a good-sized crack in it. If I could break this thing into 2 pieces, they'd be small enough so I could lift them. Well, this fragment looks just small enough for me to pick it up. This fragment looks just small enough for me to...
After you.
Run! Regan, come on!
Tex!
Grab
Nag, nag, nag. Look at that. It's beautiful, just like a huge Christmas present just waiting to be opened.
I guess I should call Fitzpatrick and tell him we found it.
Don't call him. Let's just keep this between ourselves, just between you and me.
That isn't how it works, Regan.
But it can. We can have everything we ever wanted. I know people, we just have to tell them where the ship is, they'll give us everything we ever wanted. We can spend the rest of our lives together.
That isn't right, Regan.
What have you got to go back to? I mean, look at your life. It's a dead end and you know it. You can play it safe, spend the rest of your life with that little mutant girlfriend of yours, struggling and never taking a chance.
How do you know about Chelsea?
What does it matter? You can have it all. Wealth, freedom, me.
Look, my life may not seem like much to you. My mutant girlfriend's not the most glamorous woman in the world. But I happen to feel a certain obligation to do what's right, and not just what serves my best interests.
What a lovely little speech. Now be a good little private eye and hand me that communicator. Or would you prefer that I blast a hole in you and take it myself? Thank you. Well, I thought you'd be more surprised to see me.
Oh, I figured the NSA would be around here. I'm just wondering why I didn't smell you first.
This isn't official business. No. It's a purely personal matter between Miss Madsen and myself.
I offered you a piece of the action, Tex. You got no one to blame but yourself.
So you and Cross have been working together since the beginning?
It's disillusioning, isn't it? Well, it might make you feel better to know that she's taken a liking to you. I mean, I wanted to do away with you right away. And she convinced me that she could bring you over to our side. You look like you're a stronger man than I am.
Yeah, well, I guess we're just not cut from the same cloth.
I found out about Malloy and the NSA. Then I met Miss Madsen when I was looking for her father. Can you imagine someone selling out her own father?
I didn't sell him out.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. At first, we didn't have much luck tracking down Malloy's boxes, but then you came along. And I don't know whether it was luck or whether you're that good. But anyway, I decided to let you do the work. It was a good decision, don't you think? I mean, here we are at the appointed place and time.
You're not going to get away with it, Cross.
Oh, no? I don't see anybody here who's going to stop me. When I first saw you, I wanted to blow your brains out. Not because I didn't like you. No, you're a very resourceful fellow. No, I wanted to kill you because I enjoy killing people. I find it very satisfying.
Yeah, well, I figured the way you played me for a sucker, you ought to be the one that pulls the trigger.
You're too good for your own good.
Enough talk! Say goodbye,
Wait! Don't shoot. Spare him, and I will lead you to that which you seek.
It's a trick.
All right, old man. I won't kill him. Not yet, anyway.
Who are you, Tex?
I might ask the same question of you.
That will be disclosed. Would you step off the beam, please? This is an historical moment. We are standing in the midst of history, those who arrived with the ship, if not our fathers, the fathers of our race, were at least the guardians and guides of our ancestors. This is a holy place.
Enough of this fanfare. What's in there?
That is the generator chamber, and the light you see is coming from the main power cell.
Well, let's take a look at that, shall we?
Your option.
We wanted.
You must help me to get this ship off the Earth, off this planet as soon as possible.
Why?
Explosives! Anti-hydrogen pods set to go off in a bare few minutes. We've got to get this ship as far as possible from the planet Earth in that little time.
You know how to fly?
I know.
How do you know it even works?
I know how to fly this thing. My father, a long time ago. Listen to me now, follow me. This is important. My mother's an American woman in Nebraska, but my father's DNA is in me. I know how to fly this ship. Now, you must find the black sun symbol and press it. Find black sun. Black sun button, press it. Then, north. Circle. Red. North, circle, red. East. Cross.
What was it Fitzpatrick said? North, circle, red. Now what?
You shouldn't have taken your eyes off him.
Yeah? Well, where were you? Murphy, if you'll open up, I'll be very nice to you.
Not long after, Elijah Witt shows up. As we fly home, I fill him in on what happened. He's kind enough to write me a check to cover my expenses and then some. As soon as I'm alone in my office, my thoughts turn to Chelsea. Regan had been the ultimate temptation, but it's only made me more sure about my feelings for Chelsea. I give her a call and we make a date for a long overdue dinner in her apartment.
So the spacecraft gets higher and higher and it finally disappears. And then about 5 seconds later, BAM! There is this huge explosion. And I guess there's just little pieces of Jackson Cross and Regan scattered all over the Andes Mountains.
That is quite a story. I mean, what does that make it? 4, 5 times now you've saved the world. Don't you ever get tired of doing the same old thing?
Do I detect a little note of skepticism here? You don't think I make these things up, do you?
Oh, who, me? Of course not, sweetie. It's just that, well, no one has ever actually seen you saving the world. And you know how people are. Seeing is believing.
Okay, that does it. I'm retiring. This is a dirty job. I am underpaid. And when I get through cleaning up other people's problems, I get tossed aside like a loaded Huggy.
Come on, it's not that bad. Besides, Mr. Detective, I love you just exactly the way you are. Warts and all.
How did you know about my wart?
Lucky guess. Are you all finished with dinner?
Yeah, I'm pretty well done with that. What do you call that anyway?
Lasagna.
I'll tell you, that's not what my dad would call it. You're brutal.
Okay, so if you're all done, I have a surprise for you, and I want you to stay right there, and I'm going to be right back after I change.
So maybe it's not a perfect world, but right now it's pretty damn close. Maybe no one will ever believe what happened to me, but I'll get over that. Because I'm caught up on my rent and I still got some cash left over. On top of that, I just had dinner with the girl of my dreams and now it's time for a little dessert.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Cover your eyes.
Baseball.
Okay, you can open them.
You know, I've got a coat just like that.
Oh, what a coincidence. When I was down in Phoenix, I learned to square dance, and it is so much fun. And I know how you love to dance.
It's just that I was kind of expecting something different.
Oh, I know what you had in mind. And apparently no one's taught you the true meaning of do-si-do.
Yes, I want to learn.
All right, guys. Well, we beat the game. I absolutely loved it. It was so much fun. I truly enjoy these adventure mystery games. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to give it a thumbs up. Comment down below sharing your thoughts if you expected the ending. And subscribe for more awesome mystery adventure games like this. Be sure to check out the playlist for more Tex Murphy. Remember, you are special and loved. You are never alone. You're always welcome to come back and hang out anytime. Until the next video, God bless. I'll see you all later, my friends. Bye-bye.
The office lights are growing dim. The candles, they don't help. The only thing that passes through my grin is pain I've never felt. Oh, 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 oh. The street outside is deadly dark. If you listen, you can hear a million radiated thoughts, and people disappear. Oh, oh, oh. Now that dark is light, reason seems to lose its will to fight these lonely blues I get in flight. So I'll drink myself asleep another night. Riding on top of mystery, I looked into the fire. I'm just the son of some bad history. Can't get no higher, higher, no higher. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I got one last chance to get it right. The connection is fading. You can bet your life I won't give up the fight, because my sanity ain't worth trading. It ain't worth trading. Oh, when day is night, I always seem to lose the things I seem to choose that makes it right. So I'll close my eyes and sleep with all my might. So I'll close my eyes and sleep with all my might. And maybe when I wake, it'll